Is that the big money maker? You need to advertise that one, like front and center? It's weird. I don't understand Netflix. Anyway, we're live. Hello everyone.
Oh, God. Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
It took me a while to do the thumbnail because Nab doesn't have a thingy for just 3 people, so I had to improvise. But I hope it turned out good. It's also very hard to find sex education posters that would fit the thumbnail. But anyway, yeah, people, we're live. Hello. How are we all doing on this ECUM 69 day? I'm doing really good.
Yeah.
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 Feeling very 69.
I thought you were
know,
gonna say
there's not many-
sexy because then it's relating to 69, but it actually makes sense. Feeling very 69 is very you, to be fair. It's a very you thing to say, so I'll give you that at least.
Yeah, true.
So yeah, chat. Sex education on episode 69. As you can tell, that was on purpose, okay? So, yeah. Because I'm saying that because I'm sure there are going to be people who are like, oh my god, what a coincidence, you're covering sex education on 69. It's like, no, that was planned, okay? We think about everything around here. Don't let anything slip past us. Holy shit, Southampton scored.
Oh.
Sorry. Anyway. Oh, Neb has joined. Hey, Neb.
Pretending to be Jeb.
Yeah, it's because Jeb isn't here because he's not seen the show, despite us asking him to. And
Well,
you
to
know,
be fair, Neb hasn't seen it either. Like, he's only
he's seen
like
one season. He's seen more than more than Jeb. So
Yeah.
I think Jeb like commented on like the first episode.
he watched 3
saying that-
episodes. He said.
Yeah, it's both for Jeb than it's for Neb because Jeb's a fucking podcast host that we agreed a long time ago that we were going to do this episode, but you know.
Yeah, then he watched 3 episodes and then nothing more. Think about everything around here except for the acronym for ECUM. No, we've thought about it a lot and we realized that not having it mean anything, Madvocate, is way better than having it mean something and it being stupid. Much like educational criticism upon media, which is a silly name that I'll never support.
Yeah, personally, I think it's just funnier if we just don't have an answer.
Yeah.
Or if we just have multiple. If it's like the Joker, if I'm gonna have a backstory, I prefer it to be multiple choice.
Yeah, exactly. That's a perfect answer for the question. I have thought about like taking a clip from us explaining what the acronym is and making like a short, like a shorts thingy with it so that people, when they ask, I can just link it to them and just have it be on the channel so that it's easier for people wanting to know what the acronym stands for. But, you know, maybe I will, maybe I won't. I'll retain the element of surprise. Whoa. It's a bold reference, thank you. Also, you had me at talking about sex. Oh, of course, Madvocate. I have not seen the show, but I'd like to be educated on sex. You should watch the show. You should definitely watch the
Well,
show.
to be fair, the show does educate you about sex, so it does what it says on the tin. Pun not intended.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it, it does in many ways. To be fair, anyway, we're not gonna start talking about it yet. We still need to do recommendation corner. 10, you're on the one on the left. You are 10. You're. Oh, you're doing the fringy thing, boo! Don't do the comment showcase thing. You're stealing. We don't steal, even though our entire format is stolen from EFAP, but don't steal.
All right, yeah, recommendation corner.
Yeah.
Well, I finally managed to watch something this week, which is it was the first season of Ted Lasso, which I'd heard all about. I know that Callum watched it a while back, and he seemed to like it, but just never got around to it. And I sat down with my sister to watch it, and full disclaimer, not a football person. Like, I'm British, so of course, like, I get hyped when I watch a match, but I just don't follow it.
Yeah, that's why
said-
I was kind of
Yeah,
taken
that
aback that
said-
you'd care to watch it.
that said, loved it. Like, unironically, I had a lot of fun with it. Like, as I would say it's like sweet and wholesome, but honestly, it's just a really good story about like an American football coach having to come over and I guess manage like a British football team, which funny enough happened before Ryan Reynolds did. So,
Well, he's not a
but
coach. He bought a team. But yeah.
similar story, but like a
Yeah, I can just tell you don't understand what you're talking about. It's not very similar. He bought
exactly
the
like
team
again,
and made some investments, but he isn't the coach. But
yeah, like
a lot of Americans buy teams because Americans have money.
again like a not a football person, but unironically, in like the big match scenes, I unironically got kind of hyped. Like that's how honestly well done it is. Like even if you know nothing about football, or at least like vaguely know it, you'll still have a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, it's still a TV show. I've only seen episode 1 and I watched it this week. But I would imagine that even if you don't understand football, you can understand
Yeah.
the show. Especially because like Ted Lasso as a character doesn't understand football, so a lot of concepts I imagine are explained to him and by extension to the audience. So
Yeah.
like Coach Beard loves to even in episode 1 a lot he was like telling him about like football stuff that he didn't know. So that's probably very helpful
Yeah.
for like the layman in the audience.
Yeah, it's pretty much football 101, I guess you could call it, but like
Uh-huh.
it's still a very fun story. Like in particular, I quite like the whole story with like I guess spoilers, but like in the pilot, like it's established that the manager's ex-wife, who fully enough actually is played by someone in Sex Education,
Yeah, she's
uh,
not a manager, she's the club owner, but
at
yes.
the club owner. Yes, again, sorry, I don't know my shit,
Yeah.
her whole sort of getting back at her ex-husband who was played by Anthony Head actually, which was a nice surprise to see him back after he was in Doctor Who like 16 years ago in the Sarah Jane episode in series 2.
I didn't. I have not met him yet. I've only seen photos because I've only seen episode 1.
Yeah, he shows up later, I guess. Well, suppose I guess, but he shows up, and even like 16 years later, he's like a really good villain. Like that just stood out because I remember someone saying he'd like a good master like in that episode, and like
Uh-huh.
even now when he's playing like an ex-football manager, I'm like, yeah, I see it. Yeah, the guy's scary. And and also I just want to put out there, it's still very much a comedy. Like it very much it's honestly hilarious. Like for a lot of jokes, like the final scene is literally just a punchline to something said up in episode 1, and it's hilarious.
Cool.
Yeah, but yeah,
I don't remember laughing a lot in episode 1. There were like a lot of ones like, oh, this is supposed to be a joke, I just don't find it funny. But like the like dramatic writing I found really impressive, even when just like watching it the first 30 minutes. Um,
yeah,
I like it as well. Good. It's fun.
yeah, yeah. It actually is pretty compelling for like such a, I guess I don't want to say simple, but like very much I guess so like very. God, I don't know the word.
Basic.
Like a yeah, like a pretty basic, but not like a bad way or anything. Like not at all, but like just it hasn't got much going on is what I'd say, but it still has like its own story to tell. Like it's
Uh-huh.
very much one of them kind of shows, which I like. But yeah,
Cool
that's my
beans.
recommendation. That's my recommendation.
Oh, it's my turn, I guess. Okay. Um, hmm. Shit, I forgot to prepare something. Um, it's amazing. Okay, I guess. Well, I watched season 1 of Yellow Jackets when it came out. Season 2 started recently. I've only seen episode 1, but I like that show. It's good. Especially because now season 2 has Nicole Maines, who we all love around here. She's not. I've only seen episode 1, so she's been in a little, not much of the story so far. Seems like she's gonna play a bigger role. But it's really cool. It's a show basically like if you mix like Lost with I don't know exactly what, but it's basically if Lost was a horror show. So, there's the fact it's actually interesting. They're a football team, as in like actual football, not American football, even though they are American. Um, of teenagers, girls, all of them. So their plane crashes, and they're stranded for like months when they're kids. And the show has two timelines: the timeline while they're stranded, and the timeline in the present, which is like 30 years later. And because of that, a lot of the soundtrack is very like 80s, because it's the time when the plane crash, 80s, 90s, which is good. I really like the soundtrack as well. And it's just a really interesting story about like these people who went through something so traumatic and so terrible, and trying to like get back into the world, and even how years later there's still shit that haunts them, as well as like there's some supernatural inklings so far, but not really anything concrete yet from what I've watched. But it does seem like they're gonna go for it. There's also an aspect of that they've not confirmed yet, but that is definitely something that has been set up from season 1. The idea that they had to resort to cannibalism to survive, which is also very gruesome. So if you're not into all the, some heavy, I guess, topics, in terms of like there's cannibalism, there's a lot of there's shit relating to sexual abuse as well, and just domestic abuse. There's a lot that it deals with, that I find really interesting. It's like a cast of like some like 5 main characters, and they're all like developed really well, and they all are like trying to be normal, but they're all insane in their own ways. It's really interesting, and like only one of them kind of accepts their insanity of just being like fully whatever, like whatever they are, which is a Mindy. So yeah, I recommend it. It's very good. The cast is amazing, and the soundtrack is great. It's also really well shot. So yeah, I like it. It's a good show. Good. Yellow Jackets, by the way. It's not Yellow Jacket, which is, it's Yellow Jackets is the name of their football team. That's why the show's called that. Anyway, Zodiac Gamer. Are you gonna game, or are you gonna movie today?
The only thing I've watched recently is Succession, which I've recommended like 3 times already, so I won't do that.
Doesn't have to be
I'll go
recent,
back.
to be fair. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll go back in time a bit to other stuff I've watched, and I'll just talk a bit about just like the Rocky franchise, because I did all those.
Oh yeah.
Just for the fun of it. Well, you've got the first one, which is like I think it's between that and the second one in terms of like which is the best in the franchise, because like it's more of a slow pace or character focused sort of thing. You've got the underdog who's given just chance of a lifetime to do something incredible, and it's just sort of seeing how that affects him. Like, you definitely just like get a sense of the weight it has on him, because it's a great opportunity, but at the same time, there's a lot of pressure behind it as well. Like people making fun of him for, technically he doesn't deserve it, and what if it ends up being like if it has this humiliating result. But and yeah, it's a lot of focus on that and his growing relationship with Adrian, and he's done really well. I think it does hold up, and then the second one, which is quite similar, like following on from the results of the first fight, makes Apollo Creed a bit more of a character as well, because in the first one he didn't have much, but the second one does flesh him out a bit more and makes him more of a full-on antagonist. And yeah, again, they're just what those 2 films do really well is that they definitely build up the final fights just really well. Like you get a full understanding of the stakes going into each of them, like what it means for Rocky to win or lose or draw or whatever. So he's really good at that. The third one goes off the fucking rails. I don't know what happened there. I think it went into the 80s, so they were like, okay, let's do 80s stuff, and then all the more character focused stuff got lost, and so we ended up with Rocky fighting a wrestler for some reason. So But yeah, sure, why not? And of course, Clubber Lang, whose entire personality is shouting about beating people up. And then the fourth one's more of the same, where Rocky's just straight up fighting a fucking Russian supervillain. And the fifth one tries to go back into more of a character sort of focused area. And it does well for a while, but then it just fucking plummets. But for some reason, they just have Rocky be like, "Hey, my son, who I love very much, would you mind getting the fuck out of your room and living with your uncle for a while so that I can bring in this random homeless guy I met earlier today so that I can have him be my new son instead?" It's like, but what? Why? But yeah, that was great to have such a conflict of that film. And then a couple of decades later, Sylvester Stallone realised that ending was fucking terrible for the franchise, so he decided to do another one for the sixth film. And he does have waste a bit of time in some areas, but it was a really good sort of conclusion in the end. It does feel much more fitting with the first two films. But the more interesting ones that are Creed, because yeah, it got briefly mentioned in the one of the Drinker videos we covered, being a legacy sequel, and how they depict Rocky, and they do really well with him there. But the first Creed film, is it centers around the idea that he's gotten really old at this point, and pretty much everyone he's known from the original franchises died, and in the end he's just the only one left, and so he ends up ill. I think some form of cancer, and he sort of considers just leaving it to do its thing. So it's and he has this relationship with Adonis, which is really well fleshed out because of how it ties back into Rocky 4 especially, and yeah, it just sort of gives him a new lease on life, which it does feel a lot like doing Luke in The Last Jedi, but actually competently.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So is that why Drigger mentioned it? Because he said it was like, oh, you see, he's an old, depressed man who doesn't want to save his life. He mentioned that right after mentioning TLJ. So
yeah, it's pretty much. Because it's something interesting you can do, having these old heroes from the past who've gone a bit older, and life hasn't been kind to them, so you just sort of get to the point of wondering if it's really worth pushing on, and trying to bring them back to sort of rediscovering their passions, I guess. And they do that really well, especially in the first film. The second film, his illness is much less relevant, but they still do some good stuff with him, in terms of his relationship with his son at that point, and his connections with the Dragos, who are the villains in Rocky 4, and they do really well with those characters, especially just because in Rocky 4, Ivan Drago was literally just a walking cartoon, so they brought him back and made him like an actual human being, and with a son now, trying to get back into the good graces of the Russian government, I guess. And it's just, I don't know, just especially if you've seen Rocky 4, that film is really rewarding to watch, just in terms of all the connections and callbacks and sort of themes they explore. And yeah, I don't know, the Rocky franchise has had its ups and downs, but I think throughout it all, Rocky as a character has been quite solid, and there's definitely been some really good films in there that are worth experiencing. So yeah, it's easy to recommend.
Julio, Rocky, more like Poopy. Yes.
Hey,
Yeah, don't have much to say. I've not seen any of the Rocky films. Yeah, crucify me in chat, do it. That'll just mean we get more engagement, so the video gets more views, so I win anyway. So sex education, I guess we can start. A rejoin to Sky saying poopy and then just silence. That was perfect then, Neb. All right. Okay. So, sex education is a TV show that I quite like. I don't know what to say. Hold on, my brain is melting. So okay, so sex education. We watched it. At least I watched it because of Shuti Gatwa. When he was cast as the next Doctor, and I was like, okay, well, let's see him in this role. Which is, as far as I know, he's not done much outside of sex education, right?
Yeah, I
I
think
don't
this
think
was
so.
like his major breakout role. I think it was the whole
Right.
thing how like he was homeless before he got this role.
Right. I'm
Like,
gonna check IMDb real quick. Yeah, he got like. Yeah, it was mostly just playing like extras and background characters and shit. So yeah, and then he played Eric F. Young. In this show, and then after that he was cast as the next Doctor, which is cool because after seeing this show, I really do like him as the Doctor, despite the fact that like I don't think he presents very doctorish characteristics in Sex Education, but I think he's just a really good actor, and I think he has the range necessary to play the
yeah,
Doctor.
it's like Eric isn't particularly doctory, but you can see him being kind of doctory. Like,
Yeah, you kind of see the potential, and I think especially if they let Ncuti Gatwa be as like flamboyant and fun as he is in real life and in this show, I think he could have a very interesting Doctor. Um, because a lot of the Doctor is like the idea of just, because Jay said a lot of that in her video about how like the Doctor is socially oblivious because he doesn't give a fuck. So if you have a character like that who acts the way that like Eric does, I think that could be really interesting. Um, so yeah. Anyway, this isn't a Doctor Who episode. It's just I really,
yeah,
yeah. That's the reason we all watched it. And we quite like the show for very very different reasons. I'm trying to think of where to start to talk about the show. Um, let's see. Who is your favorite character to the both of you? Out of curiosity.
ah, hmm.
Um, you see, that's difficult because, like, fucking hell, like character writing is just really
Phenomenal.
solid.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole main cast is the whole central cast is honestly just so good.
hmm
It's really hard to pick one.
Um, I guess I can go first if you guys can't pick it.
You know,
Yeah.
you can go first. I'll need a minute just to.
Yeah. So what I'm gonna, because I'm not gonna pick one only. So if you if you're like torn between or one or two, it's fine. But so here's the thing. I think the best characters in the show are Eric and Maeve. But I think my favorites are Maeve and Lily. And for some reason, I don't really know what, I just have a very huge connection to Lily as a character. Like, emotionally, I care about her more than I care about a lot of the other characters. Characters have, like, more development. To a point where, when I watch 307, I always fucking cry. Like, not just, like, some tears coming out of my eye. Fucking weeping every time. I don't really know why. Like, I have that connection with her. I think it's just I really like the idea of having a character who is so weird, and like her wanting to just be herself and being allowed to be herself is just very um I don't know, it's something I really care about. I don't know why. It's not like I have a problem of that of my own. Like I don't relate to that exact struggle necessarily. But I really like the idea of Lily's character, of her just being so weird, but like so um like she's weird and she doesn't care about it. And then season 3, her being like chastised for all of it, obviously really really hurts. Because fucking what's her name? Hope, yeah. Hope as a character kind of wants to destroy everything that's fun about the show. And then having everyone fight back for like just the right and of being weird, just being like, if Lily's weird, we're all weird, and you shouldn't like judge her for it. Because what happens is, creating all these sexually repressed teenagers and these people who, when they go into the real world, they're just gonna like be miserable because they can't be who they are. Which is why I really like the idea of that play in season 3. Like even though it fucks themselves over, you see Jackson reading like an article being like, it inspires protests around the country and whatnot. I'm like, yeah, that's good, because it would, after them doing such a huge thing in front of the school. So yeah.
I think what it is like, there's an element to her character that it's easy to relate to for, like, just sort of figuring out how to phrase it.
Mhm.
But there is like for like, autistic people in particular.
Yeah, I was thinking that about like the idea of masking and how she just always unmasks and then she's chastised for it a lot of the time.
Yeah, it's just like got these sort of parts of you that just aren't, they don't fit with the general sort of norm.
Yeah.
So it's like, and then when those sorts of parts of you are sort of put out there to the point where people can like openly judge you and mock you for it, it can have like this really sort of draining effect on you mentally.
Yeah.
Like it does with her in series 3, where it's like it's to the point where she struggles to go to school.
Yeah, she decides to throw out everything she has in her room, just not caring about aliens anymore. Which, if you've not seen the show, that probably came out of nowhere, the aliens thing, but trust me, it's a big part of her character.
Yeah, it's just that sort of, like I said, that sort of thing's easy to relate to because I know sort of how that sort of thing feels. So it's like things that go through your mind, that's like things you enjoy that you don't really want to. Look, I don't know, like just don't want to be too open about because you worry about the same sort of thing happening to you. So it's like just like sort of watching it happen is you can. Yeah, I don't know. You can have you can have an easy emotional attachment at that point.
Yeah.
And so.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think she's like the best character because I think she's far from being the one that's developed the most. She does have a lot of nice stories, and I think season 3 is the one where she shines because of the way she kind of is put as sort of the center of a lot of it, because like, how they even like they make the play because she had done a play in season 2, and that was chastised by Hope as like a terrible play, like it was giving a bad image to the school. But then in season 3, the students do the same thing because they want to, something similar, because they want to be like, no, if she should be allowed to do these things, she should be allowed to express herself. And so she does have a lot more in seasons 2 and 3, but 3 more so, I think. But she's she's not really like the best character. Like I would say like Jackson's probably more developed than her. Alla too, considering just because of Jakob and her getting a new sister because of what happened season 2 and 3. Yeah. So there are other characters that I think are better. I just really care for her.
Yeah, it's just not like the most complicated character, but definitely one you can get attached to fairly easily.
And did you guys think of an answer?
I think I've thought of one now. I'm not sure if this is my favorite one per se, but he's a character that I like. I just really sort of liked for like his story on all 3 seasons, and that's I really liked Adam's story because
Nice.
like his story of going from like the typical school bully and like how it's the stereotypical sort of big jock, but like as things slowly go down, you realize how his home situation is, how like his dad hates him, everyone hates him, and he's very much putting on like a front on how he wants to be there.
Yeah.
And then there's at the end when he realizes, oh shit, I might be bisexual, which for someone putting on
The
that
scene
mask.
of him, scene of him masturbating And his eyes just starting back and forth between the man and the woman in the poster on his wall is hilarious. Because he's like trying to
Exactly.
focus on the boobs, and then he looks at the guy's abs. It's like no boobs, and then abs, and then he's just like, oh, whatever. And then he goes back and forth and back and forth. It's hilarious.
Yeah,
Exactly. Like that's a story that like I think like a lot of bi teens can relate to. So and that's not a lot of exposure that like they get. Like so that's appreciated. But it's also just how like this is gonna sound weird. This is gonna sound a bit weird, but like you have like a character like Eric who he hooks up with for season 3, where like he's very much flamboyant. He fucking shoot you get where, so of course he's flamboyant. But like then you
Uh-huh.
have Adam who's very reserved. He's like
Yeah.
uh, he's the kind of like well growing up before I realized I was trans. He's the sort of LGBT person I was like very sort of reserved. Wasn't very sort of what you expect a gay person to be.
Uh-huh.
So like I very much connected with that. Like he's and that's also just and not just seeing him like in like season 3 when like everything of him has started to fall back into place. Like he's trying at school. Like he's him, Eric, and Otis are finally just like a little friend group
Yeah,
where they just
he
get
has
along.
his
Like
job until he loses it, but he has a job that
yeah,
he's doing well.
yeah, it's just like and also it's also like how everything just also seems to fall apart for him. And like as soon as like he builds himself back up, like that's what happened. That happens to a lot of people. That
Uh-huh.
me included. When like you get to a point where you're super happy, and the next thing you know, one domino just falls down. Next thing you know, it just messes everything up.
Hmm.
It's like I really relate to his story, and also just I guess it's like a very unorthodox sort of coming out sort of character. Like he isn't like the stereotypical sort of gay character. He's like my main sort of like I guess part of why I like him is that he doesn't fall into like any of the boxes, and like it's very much part of the story. How like he was sent off to military camp and all that stuff, and yeah, I'm rambling, but uh, yeah, he's one of the characters I at least very much I not so much identify with, but I very much sort of love like what they do with his story.
Uh-huh. Jesus, Naira and Zod are having an interesting conversation in chat. I just checked and I was like, oh, I will eat your flesh. I'm like, okay, well, yeah.
What the fuck?
I will consume not
oh,
only your fat flesh, but your very soul. Sorry, I read it wrong.
oh, yeah, that's what she's like.
That is indeed what she's like. What
But yeah,
about you, Mr. Zodiac?
yeah, I was gonna say with Adam as well, because it's like not picking him as like my favorite, just like continuing on because like there's that whole element to him as well, where he's got some like really bad sort of social issues because of the way he's been raised.
Yeah.
Like because we get a lot with his dad as well, and because he was raised in a similar, like sort of similar sort of way, not very sort of typical, like guy sort of like not sharing your feelings sort of thing.
Which is also because of his own upbringing, as established in season 3, which was interesting.
Yeah, and so you get Adam he tries to get past that, but he's not managed to really deal with it properly because like we get these scenes where like he tries to share like when he's trying to share stuff with Eric or when he's trying to talk to the teacher about like trying to do better at school. He can't just come out and say it. No, especially with people looking at him, he just has to sort of make sure they're turned away so that he can try and get his thoughts out properly. Because when people are looking at him, he ends up like sort of gets all flustered and just not getting his words out the way he wants to, which is well, obviously I can do similar stuff where I'll just try to say stuff and then it will just come out like a fucking disaster. So yeah, it's just a quite well-rounded character in that way, and it just also ties into his reluctance to sort of accept his sexuality initially as well. Because again, just that sort of very typical sort of upbringing. Not, don't share your upbringing, like being straight is normal, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's like barely even
I
really recognizes what it's like to be bi. Like,
because there's a lot, because I'm waiting to talk about it when we get into like, I guess, more specific, maybe not more specific, but like into the actual stories of the seasons. Because his story with Eric in season 3, I feel like there's a lot to say about his accepting of himself. Because ultimately, the reason Eric doesn't want to be with him by the end when they break up is because he's still not fully accepting of himself, even though he has become, more okay with being bi, with dating a man. He just has a very big problem with like just being that, like, in places where he doesn't feel safe, and so he doesn't feel safe at home, so his mom can't know. And he's not gonna feel safe if they go to like a gay bar or something, because he's gonna feel like he's being observed. Like, I kind of feel like he thinks he's gonna have to like put on a performance, and as Eric says, like, you're just learning to walk while I'm ready to fly, which is like a very interesting line, because Eric does in season 1 especially take a lot of work, like, on himself to be able to accept who he is and like present who he is the way he wants to, especially because his relationship with his father was also not the best, as season 1 mirrors Adam and Eric in many ways, until we have the scene where Eric goes to the dance and his dad is like, maybe I can learn from my brave son, and he hugs him and in front of Adam, and then Adam kind of feels resentful towards that, and then later that day, after the dance, Adam fucking grabs his dad by the throat and says, I hate you, which is just like a very clear contrast. It's like the first time when they've been differentiated, Adam and Eric. And so, like, because Adam still has like all this trauma to deal in terms of like his dad, the way he raised him, he's not really ready to like like just accept who he is and present himself as what he is. Like, maybe not present himself, he could just like continue being the way he is, but like going out to a gay bar, telling his mom that he's dating Eric and shit like that, right? He's just not ready because of all that trauma. And so, even though like it's not really his fault, I completely understand why Eric would want to break up with him. And it's a very interesting scene, because I think it's like a very mature thing for Eric to be like, no, we need to break up, because like it's not because of anything that's your fault or because of anything you've done. I'm just looking for a different kind of relationship, one that's easier to handle, as it was like with Raheem, for example. But he broke up with him because he liked Adam more. But it's like, I just really like that idea of exploring that idea of the two being at different points in their coming out journey, and how that could affect someone's relationship even without like them wanting to. Because it's an idea I think a lot of people have said of like, you see, I'm gonna speak from my own experience more so because I don't know exactly a lot of beyond that. But like, I've seen a lot of trans people be like, oh, I don't think I'd be able to date someone who's cis, because I don't think they would understand how, like, what it feels like to be trans, like the idea of having to live like that, the idea of like how the world sees you needing to like grow a lot, and how like that growth is, and how like largely it affects your state of mind. But there I've also seen trans people who say I wouldn't date another trans person because I'm like figuring out my own journey, my own identity, and my own like figuring out like my who I am basically, and I don't want to do that for someone else, which is kind of something that happens in season 3 with
And it's like
what's their
it's
name?
what Cal says.
Kyle, yeah. Kyle says that to
They say to
Jackson.
Jackson.
Yeah,
I
they're
just
like,
figure
oh,
my
I
shit
have
out.
so much shit. I still have shit to figure out by myself. I don't want to like have to drag you along with me, or like,
Yeah. It happens a lot with a lot of relationships like that.
yeah. which is a very quintessential LGBT experience that I think is represented really well. Because I don't think you can have something like that in a straight relationship, because it's not like, because like the straight and the cis.
Like there's very little to really understand in like a cis relationship. There's not much
Yeah.
to really figure out. Like,
Hmm.
not to say there isn't. Like, no offense to like any cis het couples, but like like LGBT relationships, it comes with a lot of extra homework.
Hmm.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's very naturally developed, especially with Eric being like figuring out his own identity in season 3, relating to him like going to Nigeria and being like, no, this is part of my identity. I kind of want to connect to that identity. And then he goes there and he realizes, oh fuck, it's just like it's a terrible place to be gay in. But then he realizes, no, there's still gay people everywhere. And he found not only, gay people there, he says, I found my people, but also people who are, queer people, but also people who are from Nigeria, from the place he came from. So he can identify um, with his heritage and with his sexual orientation in a way that makes him be able to present himself whatever way he wants to, and actually embrace that identity, which is just something that like Adam is very far from being able to do. But like I really like seeing all that happen with Eric, because it kind of like it's just very joyous to see a character accepting themselves fully as who they are and like who they want to be. And especially I really like his conversation with his mom, because she was hiding a lot of stuff from her own mom, from Eric's grandma, and her being like, I don't think I have the balls to do something like that, but maybe you do, maybe I can learn from you, which is similar to the conversation he had with his dad in season 1, which is when she accepts and tells she tells her mom, Eric's mom tells Eric's grandma that Eric is dating someone, and they don't specify the
Yeah,
the
like
pronouns, that Eric keeps referring to
yeah,
them as they. And I was like, oh, that's
yeah,
great. Like you're not denying your own sexuality, but you're also like kind of hiding a little, but you're still like being able to accept it and accept who you are a bit more, which is just like small steps for his mom, which is kind of cool. I like that scene.
also made us laugh at like in one offhand conversation, Eric manages to perfectly just use they them pronouns,
Yeah,
and
but
yet that's what the entire world's making a big fuss over.
yeah, it's amazing.
But yeah, also that's actually really like kind of struck a chord because like obviously like having to hide to be gay, like pretty much every LGBT person has to deal with that issue, but like us especially, like I'm still firmly in the closet to my family,
Mhm.
like to pretty much everyone outside of like a couple of people I know. So having to lie and like, because as whenever like my name's called for dinner, it's always my dead name, and every day I'm just like, just want to shout down the stairs. That's not my fucking name. It's just that sort of feeling of being trapped, and
Mhm.
like I've seen it through Eric, like probably one of the most like self-assured characters. Is probably like one of the most. I just I really it just I just really felt seen. Like
Yeah.
that's yeah.
Yeah, me
I
too.
just felt seen.
Yeah. I'm not gonna describe his actual experience, but it is somewhat similar to his, and yeah, it did really feel very seen as well. Just very nice the way the show does in terms of just like representation, because it's like, we're trans, we're not, but a gay character being like so easy to relate to. It does, you don't need to necessarily have a trans character to have those struggles there, even though it does have a
Yeah,
trans character in season 3 who is great. We'll get to.
exactly.
Um,
But back with Adam as well, the whole thing, like just sort of him struggling, still sort of struggling to, like, I guess sort of like be more open with being gay and whatnot.
uh-huh.
But I just like the thing about that because it's something I've been like thinking about recently, where it's just like people just they don't change quickly.
Yeah.
Like people have this entire worldview and then it's turned on its head, and just like so it's like okay, that's not gonna just happen overnight. It's gonna take a long time to sort of come to terms with it and then be openly accepting of it.
Mm.
So, because even at this point, like 3 seasons in, Adam is still struggling with that. It's like, yeah, that's how it should go. Really, is a long process, especially for someone like him who's had his upbringing. So it's just like reflecting these real life things in just like really sort of fitting ways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Weird question in chat. Do you think it's bad if someone doesn't know the terms pansexual, polysexual, etc.? No, if you don't know the terms, it's just you just don't know.
Yeah, it's possible
It's
to
like-
just
It's
not
just a
heard of it.
word, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a. Hell, even we still make the jokes about how like that Adam made in the show how like, oh, you want to fuck pan?
Yeah.
Yeah, like even we make them jokes. It's like we don't know every single sexuality or gender. Hell, there's still genders I'm figuring out. It's like it's just not everyone knows everything.
Yeah, not every
There's not-
concept is
there's-
going to be known to everyone.
There's not some high gay person and trans person who knows all the answers. It's just we're still figuring stuff out.
The holy gay who knows everything about gender and sexuality. Oh, that's hilarious.
As well, especially because like a lot of these concepts are not new, but like it's only recently they're coming into like the sort of
they're being
into the
more
spotlight,
explored
so to speak.
recently, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
only
it's
now
like-
they're being talked about. So
Yeah.
yeah,
All right. Well, Zod, did you say who your favorite character was? Did you figure it out? You had like 30 minutes to do
that fuck.
it.
Well, like you said earlier, obviously like Eric and Maeve are the best characters, but well, I think it's worth saving those for last, mainly because they're the big ones, you know.
Yeah.
And
Sorry, go on. My brain is thinking like 17 things at once. I don't even know what I want to say. Go on. I'll figure it out.
this thing is it is genuinely difficult to figure out like
Mhm.
a number one top favorite character, but honestly, yeah, like Tin said, Adam is definitely up there for me, just because of his journey and fucking Lily as well, which is
Wow, so
unfortunate.
stealing both our picks. Okay, no, that's fine, Zod. It's very original. First you stole Fringy's Comet Showcase song, then you stole both our answers. That's wow. 3 times already.
The thing, the thing as well is that I'm trying to like remember characters as well.
Maybe you don't need to necessarily answer. We could just go through and talk about the show. And if you think about one, you could just say, "Oh yeah, that one."
That's
See,
probably
this is why I
easy, yeah.
rewatched. See, this is why I rewatched it recently, so I can at least have some fresh
Well,
memories
Zod
on
did
it.
too. They rewatched it like a month ago, and I rewatched it like 3 times a month ago. So it's
Yeah, I rewatched it.
the only thing that helps you, Tin, is that you took notes. So
Yeah, exactly.
you did did a practical thing, did a helpful thing, while us we just rewatched it. Anyway, okay. So I tried to think of what to talk about because, as you said, Otis and Maeve, they're the main ones. I don't know if we should already talk about them, especially because like they are the main story of the show.
Yeah, they're gonna be the longer conversations.
Yeah. Well, we can talk about Jackson. We haven't mentioned him at all
Yeah,
yet, and
I
I
was
feel
gonna- I
like
was gonna say, like-
yeah, I feel like he's probably the main character other than those two in terms of like how much time he gets and how much he's explored.
And see, the fun thing
Yeah.
is now you mentioned him, I'd actually like put him as like my favorite now. as well.
Yeah. He's a character who
well-
like he has I think the idea, the look of just being like the regular, you know, the straight man who's
that-
just super boring, like the jock type, but he's like so not that.
Yeah, that's why I know. So, like the first scene, especially, is that like he has all the signs pointing at him to be like the stereotypical jock bully guy, but instead he's just a nice guy. Really, he's just sure he doesn't really like Otis that much in season 1, but like he's not a dick by any means. He's
Yeah,
just
he doesn't like him in season 2. In season 1, they're fine until until Maeve
it's
breaks
just-
up with Jackson.
after that, it's not a stereotypical bully reason. It's just a case of the broken hearts and that, and like that.
Yeah. Yeah,
which is
he's
fine. And
kind of
then
because like you look at him, he's always like the cool guy. He's walking around and everyone likes him, and he's the head boy. Um, so yeah, and he's popular, but he doesn't do anything, which is something in season 3 they touch on the idea that like he was head boy, but he never did anything. He never tried to help his classmates or anything by being head boy. He's just there to like be cool to gain status, um, which is not like something that actually matters, and he only realizes that in season 3. But he's a really interesting character because you meet him and you're like, oh, he's the guy who has like a perfect life. He's very much spoiled in many ways by being very privileged. Because he's like very gifted at swimming, and is the best swimmer. And he wins a load of shit because of swimming. He has like a happy family. His house is like huge, which is something they also point out the first time Maeve goes to his house. Like he has a very privileged life. But then when you get to later in that episode, in episode 4, 5, 4, 5, 5, yeah, of him, when Maeve is like, I'm not a shiny person, she tells Jackson about her past, about her family and everything, just being like, like you have a perfect life and perfect family and everything, and I feel like if I were with you, I just like, I'd be like a disappointment to your parents, just not being someone, can live up to the idea of like who they want their perfect son to be with. And then he says, okay, I've taken anti-anxiety medication since I was like 5. My parents, they keep fighting all the time. I think they're getting divorced. I'm not so shiny either. I'm like, oh, okay, so there's some family struggles here. And then the rest of season 1 shows a lot of like how his mom, she like pressures him into swimming and like devoting himself so entirely to swimming to like kind of fulfill her own dream of being a swimmer, because she wanted to be a swimmer when she was younger, but wasn't able to, so she's kind of living her dream through him. And so it gets to a point where he's being pressured so much that he kind of just needs a break. And then in season 2 he breaks his hand on purpose just so he doesn't have to swim, so he can like stop all the pressure on him. And then he starts actually feeling a lot better about himself. He joins the Lily's play as Romeo, and then his hand heals, and it's like, oh, it's back to training, and he's about to break his hand again, and notices mirror, and it's just like, Jesus Christ, like this is a very accurate depiction of like someone who has that level of anxiety and pressure over them. I know from personal experience, I've had similar situations. It's just a very, because it's just like he has a perfect life, quote unquote, as in like he has everything he needs. He has a family that's together. He has parents that love him, and Maeve even gets a bit mad at him at the end of season 1 when he's like complaining about his mom being so overbearing. And she's just like, shut up. Like, you have two parents. You have a parent that loves you so much that they want the best for you. And obviously, like, that's not a great thing for her to say. It's relating to, her own past being so shitty that she kind of sees him as privileged despite the fact that, also has problems of his own. So I do find it really interesting to contrast those two, because those two have, like, problems with their parents, but they're very different. And when... in season 3, 2, season 2, when Jackson finally talks to his mom and actually gets her to understand his perspective and how he doesn't want to swim and everything anymore, that they can finally like make up and like be happy together, and her showing her love and support and appreciation to him, which is just something that Maeve's parents could never do. Her dad, she never had him. And her mom left when she was a kid, and then she had to fucking get her mom arrested again. So, get arrested season 3. So there's a lot of that Maeve goes through. Season 2, was she the one she got arrested? No, it's season 3. It's season 3, yeah, because in season 3 she is the one where she tries to run away with the kid, yeah. Season 4 is coming out this year, yeah. But yeah, so I quite like Jackson. I don't know if I said everything there is yet. If you guys have anything to add, you can.
the stuff with his parents is the stuff that's always stuck out the most for me with him, because it's it's not like the typical like abusive parent thing of like not fucking do a swimming or I'll cut your head off. It's like
Yeah, it's not like they're Adam's parents, Adam's dad, his Adam's mom's
it's
school.
it's more like the mother doesn't quite understand what it is she's doing to him. Like she, it's not like she does it like maliciously. It's like she does like sort of believe she's doing the best thing for him, and that
Yeah,
it's
she
something
thinks
he
she's
does
kind of
actually
securing
want.
his future. She thinks he likes swimming, which as he said, I used to, but then it kind of became like a chore, not really anything like that actually I liked anymore.
Yeah, it's just like she doesn't realize the pressure she's putting on him, and how it's making him feel like he can't talk about like his problem with it. I guess because it ends up feeling more like he's going to let her down, and I just like really like that approach to it because it's much more sort of complex way of like exploring these issues because like, it's like just sort of like how you can just like love someone a lot but still end up doing to sort of some damage to them without really realizing it.
Well,
So
the
it's
the
like
way I would describe it is from a line in Bly, which I love that line. I quote it all the time. It's Jamie and Danny are talking, and Danny says, "People really do, don't they, mix up love and possession? They shouldn't. They're not, they're not similar concepts. They're not the same thing, but they really do." I was like, "Oh yeah, that's a very good line," because it's like a lot of people think because you love someone like a parent, you're kind of entitled to them as a person, to what they do and to who they are. And it's like subconscious. I don't think there are a lot of people who do that. I think a lot of them aren't inherently doing it maliciously. There are people who do, but Jackson's mom definitely wasn't, and so I
yeah,
find
just
it
like
a very interesting way to explore that idea.
yeah, just like when they have that conversation, and like once she finally does understand what's going on, like she doesn't like double down or anything. Like she does actually like
Well, yeah, it's because she tied
understand.
the idea of swimming to her connection to Jackson as a mom, because she says, "I'm not your biological mom," because obviously she's in a lesbian relationship. The mom is the other mom, the biological one. I assume from insemination. They didn't really explain it. They just said, not biological mom for her. And it's like, I was afraid you wouldn't think I was, your real mom. And just because and because of that, because you had the connection via swimming, I thought if you stopped swimming, you would stop like loving me, stop caring about me. And it's like Jax is like, "No, I would never stop loving you. You're still my mom." And like, I liked to swim when I was a kid because I like to spend time with you. It's not because I like to swim that I spent time with you. It's just like breaking down that barrier from the mom, which it's just like it's a kind of a simple concept, but I really like the way it's explored because it takes Jackson to a point where he even hurts Viv because of it. Where he's like, "No, I'm not your friend. You're just fucking, nobody likes you. You're so cold." You're talking about like statistics, and then she goes and helps him, even though like he doesn't think she helped him. She did. She told his parents, and it's just like, oh, like there's this thing you're going through that you didn't tell us about. That is very very much like something he should have just talked about. And it's like he thought he would by season 1, but then he comes back to his house and just keeps like doing it. And so he's pushed to a point of like trying to hurt himself again, like the second time. And even though what Viv said is like, oh, it can be kind of cold to mention statistics all the time, she's right. People who harm themselves are way more likely to end up trying to commit suicide. It's very worrying that he was trying to hurt himself again to stop from swimming. So, it is he's pushed to an extreme by his parents, but he's also by himself, just by not allowing himself to like accept that he has a problem with the way his life is currently. And I think it's kind of like partly relating to the idea that a lot of people have of like they're so privileged that they don't think that they should like allow themselves to feel bad about things like even as what I said about like Maeve mentioning to Jackson, like, oh, your mom loves you, like that's all she's showing by all this, and rather than thinking that it actually is something that's overbearing and hurt him, and so Jackson doesn't allow himself to feel it, so he just takes it out in like moments of like extreme anxiety, which is when he breaks his arm and was going to punch Otis's mirror.
Yeah, that's the thing I like as well. Just like the fact that it sort of shows that even a privilege can have its own sort of psychological like, negative effects.
Yeah.
Like you can have all the good stuff, but like just a matter of how much does that actually mean to you personally.
Yeah, it's like I guess like the old saying, like money doesn't buy happiness.
Yeah.
Like
Pretty much.
doesn't matter if you have all the fans, all the friends you want. All that matters is, are you happy? Like are you content?
Are you happy, Steven? Remember in Cell, Doctor Strange saying that.
Oh fuck.
Every time you said, "Are you happy?" It's just either that or Bo Burnham. For some reason, Multiverse of Madness came to mind instead of Make Happy. So, such is life. Anyway, yeah, I don't know if you had anything else to say before I interrupted you with my great reference.
I think that's all I gotta say on Jackson. Like the main thing I wrote down in notes is that he's he's the sort of jock stereotype, but like I don't know, I guess breaks it down and moves forward with it.
Well, it's interesting because he never stops being like the likable guy who just walks around and like greets everyone, is friends with the entire school, and you see that in season 1 while he's dating Maeve, and you're like, oh, okay, so he's just the guy who's like perfect in every way, and then you realize he's not, and then as season 2 goes on, you realize, oh, he's really not perfect, and you kind of realize that like it's a facade he's putting, and I love the way the way Lily does it, which is a very autistic thing to just recognize that someone else is masking, of just be I'm branching out, and she gives him a flyer to audition for her play. And he's like, oh, acting's not really my thing, and she says, but you're acting all the time. It was just like, oh yeah, that's perfect, because yeah, she would be able to recognize that. And it is just like, yeah, he's always acting. He's always trying to put on this face of everything is fine, everything's perfect, my life is perfect. Everyone's friend. I'm always happy. And he doesn't allow himself to feel the bad things. And I was like, yeah, that's very good.
Yeah.
Which is kind of how he gets over like the Maeve stuff. Is like him putting that into his performance, because he actually did really, really care about Maeve. And he puts that into his performance as Romeo, of like using those feelings of like her breaking up with him or him caring about her so much to like kind of grieve for that relationship, because he never did that in season 1 because he doesn't really allow himself to. So yeah, I quite like that.
Yeah, in all 3 seasons in quite as a major way, and they use the screen time he has in like really effective ways.
Yeah, he's and then season 3 is really just because kind of loses everything, because like, and I kind of like it, like that he like stops being on the swim team, and then by the end of season 2, and then he stops being head boy because Hope is like, oh, Viv is better because she's more committed, and as she even says, you're a black female student, so which is also a very interesting scene where Viv is just like, oh, so it's all about optics. And Hope is like, yeah, it's always about optics. But it's like, oh yeah, classic like representation, the fucking virtue signaling is amazing. And I like that they pointed it out, because I think it was a thing that was on my mind of like choosing someone like Viv to be the head girl. I was like, is it because it's performative? It's like, yeah, definitely, because she's always like, Hope is always fucking over everyone else, which I guess we can talk about Hope later. My point was still being about Jackson. So anyway, Jackson stops being head boy, and he starts hanging out with Kyle. And when he stops being head boy, they had that moment where he faints, and Kyle catches him, and he kind of is like, oh, I stopped being head boy. I don't have the swim team. I don't really know like what to do, who I am. And while he's smoking pot with Kyle is like, maybe you don't need to figure out everything. You're 17. Maybe you can just be Jackson Marchetti for a while. and he hangs out with Cal for most of the season, and by the end, he's like, you know what, I actually do care about being head boy, and I kind of want to be, and he's the one who sets up the play to be able to like stand up against Hope. So
Yeah.
like by being himself, Cal helped him. Yeah, by Cal telling him to be himself, they helped him to realize that he actually does care about things, which is also similar to Otis's arc because well, not similar, it's tangentially related about the idea of caring about things because Otis this season stops caring because of how everything with Maeve turned out, which we'll get to. And with Jackson, is the same thing. Like, he doesn't know that he cares about things, and he realizes he does because of that, because he's like seeing injustices, and especially because becoming friends with Cal, of like seeing the way they're treated by Hope, and be like, fuck, I gotta stand up to that. So yeah, season 3 he kind of becomes like a, I don't know, he kind of becomes like a full like character in terms of like he figures out his own personality and identity, and he's going from there, which I think is cool, as well as the idea of his relationship with Cal that I really love. The idea of I'll talk about it briefly if you want to touch on it more in depth, because I know you took notes.
Yeah, like the whole thing how it explores how like he's very much cis heterosexual straight because like I think it's pretty obvious that he's straight. I can't picture him being bi or anything, but like having that with like the sudden realization that wait, if he wants to be with Cal, it's going to be a queer relationship, and it like
and I love the scene of him talking to his mom, being like, "How did you figure out you were a lesbian?" And then she's like, "I think I always knew. I just didn't know." I was like, "Yeah, I can relate to that. I think every queer person has that feeling." And when he talks to Cal later, he's just like, I just don't think I'm queer. But it's also it's interesting. It's because it's like, he was still seeing Cal as a girl in his mind because he was like being so okay with being in a relationship and then trying to understand, like, shit, if I am in a relationship like this, it is a queer relationship. Like, what does that entail for me? And it's not like he doesn't accept her, doesn't accept their identity. It's just that he doesn't understand fully what it is to be with someone that's non-binary and realize that your sexuality may not be exactly what you always thought it was, and he realizes I'm straight.
Yeah, like it's the line like Cal says, mentioned earlier, how like I'm still figuring shit out. I can't carry you with me.
Yeah. Which I guess we can talk about Cal on their own as a character because I really like them. I don't think there's too much to say compared to what we already said.
There's not much.
Yeah, they're not like the deepest character, but I really like the idea of that character being someone who's like has so much shit they have to deal with because of their own identity, and that identity being challenged all the time leaves them so tired and just tired really. So that like having to fight for that identity becomes like a chore to them. Like it's always like Jackson having to try very hard to convince them to talk to Hope, to talk about the bathroom issues, to talk about the standing in line thing. It's like it's always wearing on them, and you can see them. I forgot the name of the other non-binary character.
I think it's like Haley or something.
I think it might be
Kaylee.
Yeah.
Kaylee.
Yeah, and they have that actor has a TikTok, which is kind of cool.
Oh yeah.
They talk about like how to wear binders properly and everything. I should follow them. I recommend. Anyway, like you can see that it's also wearing on them, but they kind of find it easier to like give in than to actually fight for it. But then when when they see how Cal managed to fight for themselves, by the end they ask for Cal's help to be like, hey, how do I wear a binder? It's just like a very cool scene because I'm like, oh shit, okay, like you're trying, the representation here is being done well of like this character who's never doesn't know how to fight for their own identity and doesn't even know what their own identity entails fully. Just like learning from someone else who's like a bit further along, which is like I guess the opposite of Eric and Adam. Maybe not the opposite, but a bit contrasted with that. So
yeah,
I do really like that.
Plus it's just good to have some trans mass representation. Like not to say that we get all of it or anything like the trans femmes, but like trans masks like don't get that much. So it's cool that like the two major trans characters in the show are trans masks or like trans mask non-binary. It's like that's at least something to it. That's something I can at least appreciate with like them doing this side of a story. Like yeah.
Yeah, it's rare that you see like talk about binders and shit. It usually is very much is trans women, which is more socially acceptable, I imagine.
Yeah.
Like not inherently, we all know, but especially if it's female passing trans women, it's very much more okay for people to like buy into their characters. And having people, especially people like their gender expression isn't like a set thing because they're non-binary. So it's not like they're trying to present masc or try to present feminine. Like they're just trying to present as them. I feel like that's a really cool to see because it's just like these people are also there. They also should be heard. And respecting their identity and fighting for their identity as they do a lot this season, and getting Jackson to help, in that fight, not in the like the cis savior, I guess, idea, but more on the just like supporting and learning about it is cool. So yeah, I really do appreciate it.
Yeah. Also, like one scene that I noted on like recent rewatches, like in the scene where like Cal is forced to go into the girls' locker room, where like they're real uncomfortable, and like the
I
end of
love
the
the
scene where
song
like
that plays
the end of the scene when they put like their hoodie on and like they're just hugging themselves. I'm like, yeah, they just for your hoodie. Yeah, we've all got that.
we all got, yeah. It's yeah, it's very very accurate representation. I also love the song. It's called Trans Mantra by Eric Furman, which I guess we should also mention. Soundtrack is fantastic. Not only
Yeah.
the licensed music, but also the songs that Eric Furman wrote for the show. They're also the songs by Eric Furman that they just got that were written before the show. But he's a phenomenal indie alternative rock musician, and he made some really cool songs, and that song Trans Mantra is really cool. It's it's just talking about it plays during that scene. It's talking about just like the idea of like trying to present the way you want and trying to get like pretend that other people's opinions don't matter when they do, because you're always self-conscious about how you present and about your own body. And that's playing during the scene where they're changing in the girls' locker room and just being seen and everyone laughing at them because of their body. Just being like, oh my god, what's your weird tank top? Which is like, it's a binder. And everything like that. And they put on their shirt and it's super tight. And they're like, okay, I'm going to put another shirt underneath. And they're going to put on my dysphoria hoodie over it. Which is just like, it really shows how Hope was already hurting people. Even if like she didn't want to, she was already hurting people by destroying that, the old bathroom block, and she wasn't willing to hear to build a gender neutral locker room because she just doesn't have like that, the idea of that actually being important, because that's what she says, like the small little problems that teenagers have, the real world doesn't care about them, which is untrue. It's just that the idea that a lot of people have, because during their time they didn't, those issues weren't listened to, which is what Otis says, that like those issues were always there, we're just more willing to talk about them now. So
That's the general sort of vibe of the sort of message of the show is that now is the time to talk about it. Like now is the time to bring up these messages.
yeah, exactly. It's like this is the time where we're talking about these things, and this is the time where we should, because we can't leave it to just never talk about it, and because it's like, we've been spent too long trying to avoid these things. It's kind of why I like the way the show kind of normalizes a lot just conversations relating to sex and gender and sexuality, because it's like, yeah, this shouldn't be taboo. This shouldn't be things that you need to like be afraid or uncomfortable to talk about. So it's why I like, even though I wouldn't put them like probably even my top 5 for favorite characters, Otis and Jean, she is his mom. I do really like their presence in the show, and the idea of them like just normalizing these conversations regarding sex, because it shouldn't be taboo and it shouldn't be something that people are afraid of. And then when in the in 207 when they have Lily's play, you know, fucking Mr. Groth, he gets mad at the play because like, oh, this is obscene. It's all because of this woman, and he blames Jean. Everyone, you know, a lot of the students stand up and like, no, she helped me a lot. And the one that I actually really like, and I forgot to mention, it's I think her name is Florence. It's the Scottish girl.
Yeah, the Scottish one who finds out
Yeah.
she's asexual.
Yeah, because I really like, because like she gets advice from Otis, and then she's like, I don't, like it sounds a bit off. It's like it's not like a, because you know Otis thinks she's just like a general, like, oh, people want me to have sex, you know, like pressure from your peers, and he's like, you know, don't rush, do it on your own time. And then she talks to um to Jean. Jean just asks like, how does it feel when people talk about sex? And I love the metaphor she used. It's like, I feel like there's a table full of food, but I'm just not hungry. And it's just like, have you heard the term asexuality? And then she talks about, well, but I still want to like fall in love. And Jean explains like, oh, there are people who are asexual, but that still want, you know, to fall in love, to have romantic relationships. I'm like, yeah, this is not only good representation, it's just very good for people to understand that idea. Because I watch a lot of YouTube, and I watch a lot of videos about, they're somewhat political, I guess, that talk a lot about gender and just in general, like leftist YouTubers. I watch them a lot. Sue me. Anyway, there's some comments that I find where people talking about, you know, make videos about asexuality and everything. Comments where people saying like, oh yeah, it's like I talked to my mom about asexuality and I figured out she's asexual. I was like, oh shit, yeah. She's like, what, fucking 55 years old or some shit, and you figured out you're asexual. It's like, yeah, this is something that should be more well known, because it's not like, you know, because especially in there's a video by, I don't remember if it was Ben Shapiro, Michael Knowles, or Matt Walsh. It was one of those retards who was like, because it was during in February, there was a Valentine's Day, and there was a person who made like an article about like how to celebrate Valentine's Day while being asexual and validating your own sexuality. And he got really pissed at it, as if like asexuality isn't real, it's a delusion and everything. It's fucking everything these people say. And you know, this kind of conversation around it, just like, oh, you're saying, you know, you're special just because you're not horny. It's like, no, it's not about being horny. It's about your feeling of sexual attraction. It just doesn't exist, or doesn't exist in like the same way that it does for other people, because there are aspects to asexuality. There isn't like, it isn't binary, either you're asexual or not. There's like demisexuality and everything that also falls under asexuality. And so it's nice to see a show like actually show it, and show it in like a very like a very natural way. It's just Jean talking about it and being like, you know what? Have you ever heard of the term asexuality? She explains it, and that's it. She kind of like figures out, oh fuck, that explains me. It's just like, for a lot of people, like figuring out the term that kind of like you identify with, that is like the experience that you feel inside your own brain, it can be so freeing, special, like freeing and liberating. And it is for Florence, as she even says when she stands up at the in 207. She's like, she really accepted, she really helped me accept myself. It's changed my life. I'm like, it's something so small, but for a lot of people, I'm sure to help. A lot of people figured out they were asexual just by watching this show and be like, fuck, this helps me so much to understand myself and accept myself, which is something I find really special about the show, the way it just allows for these conversations and has them in a natural way. Like, it doesn't feel like it's trying to preach about these things. No, it doesn't feel like it's trying to get pats on the back for having a representation. It feels like it's just talking about issues that, you know, the writers care about, which is very, very cool.
It's like I guess it's like for we that use Cal, like they don't make like a big deal of them showing up. It's just like they're here, they're queer.
They're queer.
They just show up. Like it's a pretty, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they just it's I don't know how to describe it. Like it's just pretty normal. Like
yeah, it's kind of pretty simple. I guess it doesn't feel like the show is like bending over backwards to have this representation.
Not making a big deal of them, of like introducing a non-binary character. Right? The most I see the show itself, like the meta sort of acknowledge it, is like one of the Netflix like episode descriptions. Like that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like the show like actually like tackles these things with like nuance and treats like LGBT people like they're, you know, people, and like yeah, then you can like compare that with something like fucking Batwoman, where they had the episode where there was I think she was like a lesbian teenager or something, and she got bullied, and so she decided to like fucking like try and like knock trains off the tracks and shit
Oh
like that.
yeah, I remember that. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like that's not quite as good in terms of
Yeah.
representation.
It's
Just
like you
a
could
hot
talk
take, but
about
like
like LGBT people struggling without like making them the villains and making everyone LGBT in your show like they do with fucking Batwoman. Like everyone's LGBT except for Jacob, I guess.
yeah, it does come across a bit like we've got the gays. You like the gays, don't you?
Oh, it's just kind of like for example, they have Eric be like the like one of the main characters and he's gay. And you're like, and if it was another show, you'd have like, oh, Anwar, he's introduced in episode 1 of being gay, so okay, they're gonna get together because they're the only two gay characters. Like, oh no, he gets with Adam. And then there's also Raheem in season 2. Like he gets with Raheem in season 2 and in season 3 with Adam. It's like, and Anwar is just like never like a thing. He's never part of like Eric's romantic interest, other than the fact that Eric finds him hot. It's just that they never get together, and I don't think they will. I think it's just like it just wouldn't fit and wouldn't work.
Yes,
It's just like, oh, you
but
don't need to have like, the only gay characters get together. You know.
it's what's annoying is that like like the typical people who use like the word woke and that.
Mm.
Like I think they'd very much apply that to this show.
Oh yeah.
But
Oh yeah. If
Oh,
I,
yeah.
I
Oh,
always
yeah.
say if Nerdrotic watched the show, his mind would implode. It's like his worst nightmare. It's a show that talks freely and openly about sex, who has like extremely like a lot of LGBT representation, and like a lot of the main characters are black. It's like his worst nightmare.
yeah, it's what annoys me because like I think we said it when we talked about Drinker's video, where like there is a way that word can be used in
Uh-huh.
actually like applied. Like again, like with all like Batwoman tear sort of stuff.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah, it's like something virtue signaling and using
Yeah,
gay
it's
people as
performative rather than genuine.
performative. But whereas here, it feels actually genuine. It actually feels like it wants to tell like
A
the
story
premise of the
about
show.
these people. We're not telling
Yeah,
a
like
story with these people.
like the premise
Yeah.
of the show is basically like to talk about these sex issues that younger people probably need to hear. Like that's like the sort of basic premise of the show from season 1. Like as it goes on, it goes into like more sort of relationship issues, and
Well,
eventually you're
it's
gonna wind.
Otis and Jean have always said they're sex and relationship therapists, so it's not just about sex.
Yeah, exactly. Like it just sort of it goes through all the stuff that you need to really know when it comes to sex and that sort of love life sort of stuff. So
Uh-huh.
eventually you're gonna circle back around to LGBT representations. Then
Yeah,
obviously the
because
same as
LGBT
straight up.
people do exist, and they also face sex and relationship issues that should be talked about. Because therapy is good. Talking about your feelings is good. I just realized I
Yeah.
haven't mentioned Amy at all, but she has a very interesting character journey.
oh fuck, I entirely forgot about Amy.
Yeah, me too. I was thinking about her like tangentially about how love her friendship with Maeve, and then my mind, because I was talking about how therapy is good, I remembered how in season 3 she gets therapy with Jean's mom. Jean's mom? With Jean. Jean's mom. Fucking Otis's grandma's introduced. She's also a sex and relationship therapist. Yeah, the entire family. Shit, there's so much to talk about with Otis as well. I don't know how long the stream is gonna go for. I don't have like the most time today, but okay, we're gonna do it. Okay, Amy. Do any of you have anything you want to say about Amy? I've talked
I
a
think
lot. I don't really.
I haven't got
I
the
think-
most to really say because like the story's good. Like her story about like getting sexually assaulted on the bus and having to work through the trauma. Like it's all very good. I don't think I have like the most I can really say on it. To
All right.
just kind of just.
Yuzad, you got anything you want to talk about with it? Okay.
I think for the most part she's like a relatively basic character where
Uh-huh.
she's like pretty much most of what she has is like her friendship with Maeve. That's
Yeah.
where it mostly comes down to. But then like the sexual assault happens and it gives her like it does give her stuff to do. Like no, like her just sort of dealing with that and not feeling like she can really talk to anyone about it. And even just the fact that it takes her a while to I sort of registered just how bad it was that it happened,
Mm.
and yeah, so all that's like really good for a character. Plus, I think the main thing that comes out of it as well is how it ends up being sort of the catalyst that helps all the female characters to sort of bond together. Like,
Oh
just
yeah,
to
that
talk
scene is
about,
great. Yeah,
just talk about all these like similar experiences they've had,
yeah,
and again, it's another instance of the show like giving a powerful and like very sort of relevant sort of messages, while
yeah.
also making it relevant to the characters and helping to develop
Yeah, that
relationships.
scene is developed very naturally. I mean, you could say that the premise of the episode could be a bit contrived, which it kind of is, but like I don't care. I don't find it an issue. But it's funny that it just happens because someone because that kid who's in love with Miss Sands happens to fucking write a calling her a slut in the mirror. And the girls happen to go see it. But to be fair, it actually does come naturally, given it's the episode after all of Jean's notes or you know come out.
Yeah, true.
So I guess it is natural in a sense. Um,
Yeah, that's the thing with Amy. It's like there's not much to her in particular. It's
yeah,
like
I think there's
she does have an
some stuff you
effect
can
on.
say about
Yeah,
her in like season one, where she doesn't have much, but she's a character. She's just like not like the most that deep developed character. In season two, she does get more because of that incident, but I feel like she gets a lot of stuff that's like very subtle about her character throughout the show, and it's mostly because the way she acts. It reminds me a lot of Neb, of the way it's just like so like such an airhead, or she just says things that they might be wrong, they might be stupid, but she just says them with full confidence, and Maeve corrects her. And she's like, "Yeah, that's what I said."
Yeah, yeah, that's the thing. Is that a couple times I thought that sounds like something I would say, to be honest.
Oh yeah, it's very you too. Yeah. Yeah, it's so like in season one, I think the only thing that we really get from her character is the idea that she has this need to always please someone, which is comes into effect as like an actual plot point in season three. Um, but the way she's always like trying to, have her little group, the what they call the Untouchables, I think that's what they're called.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
yeah, of like always pleasing them, always doing like parties at her house because she says, I like to help, I like to be helpful, and carrying fucking what's her face's books, Ruby. Jeez, there's Ruby as well. She has the relationship with Otis. I love her character in season three. There's so many good characters, guys. It's not gonna be time to talk about all of them. Jeez. Okay. Anyway, Amy. Um, and then by the end she kind of she finally is like fuck you, stop being cunts to Maeve. I like Maeve. Maeve is actually my friend and you're just like being mean. um but that trait of her always wanting to please people, always wanting to avoid conflict is very present, and I feel like it's part of why like the episode where she gets sexually assaulted is so interesting. It's because she's always like, no, you see, let's not go to the police, just creating trouble for the police, it's no problem, like whatever, it doesn't matter. um and Maeve just like having to convince her, because it's the kind of thing where like I think Maeve completely understands this, where it's something that Amy hasn't fully processed yet, but she has to report it to the incident to the police. But it's also just like to get her to acknowledge that it happened, because for a lot of these cases of like sexual assault, and I watched a very interesting episode of House recently, which is kind of that a woman gets raped, and she a big part of the episode is trying to get her to accept that it was a thing that happened, and it was and you have to deal with it and not just like kind of keep ignoring it, which is she does kind of start ignoring it, and that's what causes so many issues for her. Season three with her boyfriend and everything. But like I also kind of like it because like they say she has a type in season one. She dates Adam, who's uh I forgot the name they use, but he smokes pot all the time, and then she fucking dates Steve, who's also known for the only thing about him is that he smokes pot all the time. Um, and so, but then she starts dating Steve, who's actually like a nice guy who actually cares about her. Like Amy even goes to Otis because she's like, well, fucking Steve's thing is that he wants women to enjoy themselves and to please the woman during sex. And Notes is like, well, what do you like? She's like, I don't know what I like. I always just kind of, do shit that's performative too. help the guy enjoy himself, and Otis helps her, just like tells her to wank to help her figure out what she likes, which is part of it that she like would never have considered her own needs during sex important, because she's more important with pleasing other people, pleasing her partner, um, which is something that's interesting because both Adam and uh, what's his name, the guy who smokes all the time,
Kyle?
Yeah,
Kyle, yeah,
that's it.
yeah, they're both like, oh yeah, she's amazing at sex, but it's like it's not enjoyable for her, as she said. She says to Otis, which I like the kind of like representation that I think you see anywhere. But like a lot of people, there's a big talk that used to be had about like women enjoying sex and how like they don't, uh, like the female orgasm and everything is just not account. Like a lot of men don't care for it, and her learning what she likes and having a partner that actually is like helping her, and actually wants to please her is very interesting, because she finally has someone who actually cares about her. Um, so yeah, I like that. But yeah, she that exemplifies her need to please everyone. And then in season 3, that's why she doesn't break up with Steve, despite the fact that she's just like she can't be with Steve because she feels like gross around like just touching men in general, just like being with Steve, because it reminds her of the incident. And so I do feel like it's very like she has that is established in season 1, and yeah, that is developed on when she gets a big event. It's kind of like the catalyst for a lot of stuff that happens with her in season 3. So yeah, I forgot what my main point was, but I'm sure it's in there somewhere on what I said.
I do definitely identify with the whole people pleaser thing, because that's basically just what I'm like. I'm just like, yeah, sure, I'll go like whatever anyone else says, because like, it's just easier.
Yeah,
I
well,
feel
it's
that
I feel like it's an autistic trait of the like, because you don't want to like stand out, and it's kind of like the masking idea of just being like, I need to please everyone, because otherwise, they're not gonna like me, and the idea of like not being accepted is very scary. So you're just like, yeah, no, whatever, let's do what you want. I do that all the time
like
as
in
well.
school, like in school, I was the sort of the one everyone picked on me. I was the weird one as
Mhm.
well. Not to go into it, but there was like a thing that came out about me which I'm not exactly proud of, and it kind of
Mhm.
spread around really quickly. And I was the one everyone made fun of.
Yeah.
I was like anxious to go into school every day to a point that I would look at like the bridge that would go across like the two sections. I'd go like, what if I jumped off? Like it was hell. It was just hell. So after that, I was just kind of like no conflict. I'm just gonna
Yeah.
keep my head down. It's why like I just look at the floor and just
Mhm.
don't say anything. It's like I was very much one of them when
Yeah.
in secondary school.
Yeah, and it's
So
it's hard.
completely get that.
Finish.
Like yeah, I completely get that. But yeah,
Yeah.
you go on.
Oh yeah, so I was gonna say, because you mentioned that, it reminded me. It's because I said that Amy, a lot of it is like very subtle, and in like season 1, there's a lot of it. In season 1, episode 4, Maeve is talking about how Jackson wants to be her boyfriend, and how she like doesn't do boyfriends and everything, and she tells Maeve to do a mind map, which is funny because one of her main traits that she loves doing mind maps is how she bonds with Steve at first. Um, and when she says that, she says, "Oh, it's very useful for like if the decisions like, should I get a friend? Should I tell my mom I hate her and run away from home?" And like it's not commented on. Maybe just like, "Oh, okay." But that's like one of the first examples of her like her willingness for her unwillingness to create conflict. I guess to get into conflict. Fuck, I'm trying to figure out the word. Basically, she just tries to avoid conflict at all costs. So, and she said, and even in season 3, she says, "My mom's a bit crap sometimes too." And it's like, I know she probably is. There are issues that I'm sure she has with her mom. She's very spoiled though, and her mom is very helpful to her. The few times you see her, the few times she's, they talk about her, but it's like she clearly has something that she wants to deal with in terms of her mom, but she just can't because of her not wanting to, because of her wanting to avoid conflict, of her wanting to avoid like making a big deal out of things, because she just, as you said, just like you just kind of don't want to create these things that are going to make you feel bad, making someone else feel bad, especially because she's so much of a people pleaser. She doesn't want to have other people like getting sad or mad or anything because of her, which is why I think she doesn't want to make a big deal out of the sexual assault. It's just the idea of like, oh, it's fine, whatever, like, because she doesn't want Maeve to worry. She doesn't want her mom to worry, so much so that she even doesn't tell her mom about it. Like, there's a scene at the end of the episode where she gets home, and she asks, "Oh, why are you wearing the those trousers? Why aren't you wearing your jeans?" Like, "Oh, it ruined my jeans." So that's how, and she has that's the opening for her to say what happened, and she's like, "Yeah, I don't even know." Like, she hides in, then she goes to her room and she starts crying. It's the first time I think she kind of understands that she has been sexually assaulted, but that she can't. I think she feels like she has a place to talk about that because she does. She has then the personality of always wanting to avoid conflict. So like it causes issues for her, like a lot of her always wanting to avoid conflict, and it's when she has like her first fight with Maeve is because of it. Like, she's being a people pleaser, ask her mom to help pay for Maeve's trip to France instead of you know just asking her about it. And because like Maeve has always been very particular about money, she doesn't understand why, which is interesting how the show comments on like privilege in a few different ways. um but beyond that, it's just like her wanting to please Maeve actually hurts Maeve, and they finally have like a fight, and she's just like trying to be like, no, it's fine, like, trying to avoid talking about her sexual assault as well. And it's no sexual assault, her relationship with Steve, how Maeve is like, oh, you should break up with him, like you're just like dragging him along, even though you don't want to be with him anymore, but you're so too much of a people pleaser to break up with him. And so, like, I know that's like her main trait of being a people pleaser, being avoiding conflict, but it is explored well. I feel like you can tell that that was set up really well in season 1, and then in seasons 2 and 3 it does come back like a lot. And like the first time I think she actually stands up for herself is when there's that scene that Zod mentioned, where they're in the room, they need to find something that binds them together as women, and they're arguing about Otis. Ola and Maeve are arguing about Otis, and she's just like, "Stop arguing about a stupid boy." She just yells, like, it makes them stop, and it kind of makes them realize that she's going through something that she doesn't really understand, and can't like verbalize it, externalize it, or rationalize it. But the other girls all have gone through something similar. As Viv says, I think women until like they're 20, like 70%, 80%. It was like a very big number. It was impressive. Not in a good way, not impressive in a good way, but like women, they're like statistically they're like 80% likely to experience like unwanted sexual advances to the age of like 20 or something. And it's kind of like, wow, yeah, like, and that is as Olivia also says, is the leaving the room when Miss Sands asks, "Oh, what did you come up with?" It's like, what binds you together as women? And she was like, "Well, other than unsolicited dicks, miss, not much." I'm like, not only is that a hilarious line, but it also does exemplify the issue of sexual harassment, sexual assault in women, especially in the time of like after Me Too, and having that conversation about how like it's normalized, and understanding that it happens to a lot of women, and that it is a conversation that Amy should be having. So it works for her character and works on a larger like point the episode is making, which is really cool. And then they go and break shit in a junkyard, which is also a cool scene. I love that scene. So yeah, Amy. I think that's it for Amy.
I think so.
Yeah, I'd say so.
So okay, fucking Ruby. Okay, at least for her, I don't think she has like a huge thing to talk about. And a lot of it relates to Otis, so we can just move on from her fairly quickly. But I quite like her. I think she's like a character, like kind of like Adam in a sense, where he creates a persona to hide himself and kind of defend himself against other people that he feels threatened by, he feels hate him, just because she's not like, she doesn't want to let other people win because she thinks it will be like they will be kind of disappointed by her, which is why she takes so long to introduce Otis to her father, to bring her to her home. She was just like, "Oh, my house is small, like my father has I don't know what disease it is, but it's something like messing with his motor functions and everything." Yeah, I don't know what disease it is. Do you guys know?
Can't remember.
Is it mentioned? I don't think the name is mentioned.
I'm not sure.
I
It's
think
like,
she just says my dad is sick. Yeah.
yeah,
Um. Anyway, I do like because you can tell that from season 1 that she has issues with like I completely forgot the point I was making, but I know there's something about her that was set up in season 1. Hold on. Uh. Well, okay, so let's talk about her season 3. I'll remember what I was gonna say. So in season 3, she's dating Otis. Oh yeah, now I remember. So in season 2, she sleeps with Otis, and when he throws a party at his house, which I also really like. The next morning, that Otis is like, "Oh my God, like how drunk were you? Like, could you consent?" And she's like, "No, I came here with a purpose. I consented." I'm like, "Oh, it's good. They're actually addressing the idea of someone being drunk and having sex, and how that could lead to consent issues." Um, but anyway, they do that, and then she doesn't remember if she wore a condom, so they go and buy a the morning after pill, and he asks like why she wanted to sleep with him if he was good at sex, and then why she wanted to sleep with him, and she says like when she's sad, she always sleeps with nerdy boys because um like they love her so much. They find her like so mesmerizing, so untouchable, that sleeping with them kind of gives her a rush until they get too clingy. Which Otis is like, well, I'm not in love. Say they're in love with me, and Otis says, I don't think I'm in love with you, and she's like, sure, which is funny because of like her ego. But it's really interesting because that was set up in season 1. Um, she sleeps with Tom Baker, not the doctor, but same name. Tom
Yeah,
Baker,
I
no
remember.
relation. Um,
I remember that. I remember when that came out, and like I think it was Nebby pointing out
yeah,
on like the
yeah. In
first episode
episode
where like
one, it's like one of the first lines. They're like,
I think it's what either Otis or Eric says. Is that Tom Baker? And everyone was
yeah, yeah. It's hilarious. Um,
like,
but yeah, she slept with Tom
yeah.
Baker, who's they call him Warhammer Tom because he plays Warhammer, and he does when they go to meet him. There's an episode in season 1 about um a photo of her
Oh
vagina
yeah, that one.
being leaked by someone. Um, which I don't think we need to touch on that episode inherently because it doesn't develop really those characters. More so, I guess Maeve is developed in that episode more than Ruby and Olivia. Anyway, though I do really like the ending, how it normalizes like the differences in body and everything. Um,
Mm.
because it's just like, oh, everyone has their own vagina. It's not something, every own vagina, their own body, and it's not something to be ashamed of. It's something you should be proud of because it's your body and it's beautiful the way it is. Which is something they really touch on a lot when Jean starts doing therapy with no, when Amy starts doing therapy with Jean, and she mentions like, oh, my vagina doesn't look like that at all. Jean sends her a website, and she sees like all the different types of vaginas. They start making the vagina cupcakes to appreciate the beauty of like the different types of bodies, which I think is really cool. I said vagina a lot. This stream is so demonetized. To be fair, it actually was demonetized when we started just because of the name. It was limited. I requested a review, but I'm sure it won't be. It'll still be limited. Anyway,
yeah, it's not gonna work.
yeah, but we can try. So anyway, yeah, there's that, and so with the so in season 1, it's established that she slept with Tom Baker, Warhammer Tom, because he's a nerd. Well, it's not established why, but he's a nerd, and he thought he was actually in love with her. He thought she said like, "Oh, she's perfect and everything. Like I would never do anything to hurt her. I love her." And then in season 2, where she explains why she would sleep with nerdy boys, I'm like, oh shit, this was actually set up in season 1. Like, there's a lot of it where it's like just something like happens in season 1, and in seasons 2 and 3, it's like explained like a reason why the character would do that, which I really appreciate. I think I've said a few things. I think I've said about Amy, especially, and now about Ruby, which I like. And then in season 3, she starts dating Otis, Ruby. It's not really explained like why she has the decision, and it takes her a long time to be able to like accept to like publicly date Otis, which I think is an interesting comparison to Adam and Eric, because their relationship during that season is kind of the opposite of how is not willing to show that relationship to people at school he's fine with it, but in terms of being like talking to his mom about it and everything, and then but Ruby does manage to introduce Otis to her dad, which is a big deal for her because she's never had anyone go to her house. She's never had anyone meet her dad, and she's dated because she has like this kind of wall around her where she doesn't let people in. And she did with Otis finally. And she's like, "I love you," and Otis is like, "That's nice," which is funny. But it highlights a very interesting like relationship dynamic that I think happens a lot in terms of like high school relationships that I've seen a few like videos talking about that idea, which I think is kind of interesting, of how like you think you love someone, like the person you're dating, but the other person's just dating for the sake of it. And it's kind of how Otis kept saying, "Oh, it's casual with Ruby and everything." He wasn't willing to go like fully serious with her until way later. And even then, when he did, he wasn't willing to say he loved her back when she said, "I love you." And I just need to talk about this from Ruby's perspective. But Ruby, she's kind of like heartbroken because she's like, it's the first time she's let someone in. But then she calls her friends, the Untouchables, and they go to her house. And I think it's such a cool moment. It's so subtle because it's not like called attention to. But like they go to her house, she finally lets them see where she lives, and it's not like a glamorous place. Like she makes herself out to be like the super, like, rich, fabulous person, lives in the best places and everything. It's not. She doesn't, but she lets them in, and I think it's just kind of like Otis helped her, like, kind of open up and allow herself to feel vulnerable and let people in, which is really cool for her character because she's always had this, like, she's always acted like a bitch because she doesn't want to let people in. Like, Olivia is basically her only friend, and she always treated her like shit, which is part of the idea of the vagina photo episode. And so I really like just like that evolution for her character and having her be a bigger focus, rather than just being like the mean girl, which we have a lot. The idea of just like the super popular hot girl and her friends like making fun and her hating everyone. And it's kind of like adding a layer of like understanding of why that happens and how that ends up happening, and if she can actually change and become like a better person, which Otis does make her like seem more reasonable, understand more how to like accept people when they're flaws rather than just like comment on everything and insult everyone, which I like. So yeah, I like Ruby. She's great in season 3. Yeah.
Yeah.
You done with Ruby? You guys have anything to say about her?
No,
Other
I
than
think that pretty much sums it up.
other than the fact
yeah,
she's
I
hot.
think
That too, yeah.
yeah, that too. But that's all the basics, really. Yeah.
Alrighty. So okay, so I guess we can talk about the big ones. Ola, what do you have to say about Ola?
I guess it's cool if like her. It's just kind of in relation to Otis, but kind of like I guess the sort of subversion that they do with her. How like she starts off as like the girlfriend, the one that's going to be Otis's like first love and that, and then like she realizes she's bi and wants to be with Lily, and then like
She's bad.
by and then like by season 3, like I kind of see her as more as like a sister to Otis there, do like a former girlfriend.
Yeah, it is. It does become that, which is it's insane how the show manages to do that, turn like an ex-girlfriend into a sister, because like they end up living together as brother and sister because of everything with Jakob and Jean. So, but it's actually like it actually works. I don't feel like it feels like unnatural, the progression. Um, so yeah, it is. It is interesting change in the relationship, considering how big of a change it is to go from ex-girlfriend to sister.
Yeah, it's just I find that sort of like a sort of usual subversion on the usual of the I guess the teenage love story sort of thing. I find that interesting, but like her actual character, she's not the most interesting character. Like like in season 3, when she's really starting to miss her mum because Jean's pregnant with Jakob's child, and
Yeah, who
it's
turns out
making
not
her
to be
realize that
Jakob's
she's
child, as we later realized. But I don't like that reveal at the end of season 3. But yeah.
no, it just
It's not like it doesn't make sense. I just don't see the point of making that. I feel like you could do very interesting stories without doing that. But we'll see how season 4 goes. Anyway,
but like at the time she thinks it's going to be Jakob's kid, and so that technically means Jean is going to end up being,
Her
I guess, like a
stepmom.
stepmom,
Yeah.
and like any teenager in any situation involving a stepmom, they're immediately gonna be like, nope, nope, not doing it, not doing it.
Yeah.
Especially when the last mum died of, as we find out, cancer.
Yeah.
It's like, and especially since she's now starting to really miss her, and then like we find out that even Jakob's relationship with her mum wasn't that good
Oh
because
yeah, I love the reveal because Jakob has
with
always seemed
reveal.
like so devoted to his, to his wife before she died. Everything he said, but
And
it turned out like he loved her, but she cheated on him, and he never like figured out how to move on from that because it's that's what causes like trust issues with Jane. Um, I really do like it.
yeah, and even what else? I guess also her relationship with Lily, how especially the third season's all it's all about I guess accepting each other. I know
It's just
like
more
how in the
listening
start,
to each other, I guess,
yeah,
because they all are like,
let's
oh, we've
listen.
both
Yeah,
been a bit distracted, which they have. Uh, it
yeah,
wasn't just Lily who was distracted. It was because Alla was always just talking about. It was always trying to figure out, talk about her mom, while Lily was always trying to talk about aliens. So they couldn't really. One
yes,
of those seems more important, but anyway, they couldn't really listen to each other. It's just it's what they do by the end. Which it's a really nice scene, the two of them, in that. But that's moving too far ahead. I'm sorry, my
yeah,
brain is all
nothing to
over the
find on that.
place.
Uh, I'm not really sure what else to say. She's not to say
Like,
she's like a bland character or anything, but there's just not that much that really, I guess, happens with her that's individually tied to her, like another was tied to like a character.
well, um, I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I really like her. I feel because like in season one, we introduced her just to be like the Otis's love interest to have the love triangle thing with Maeve and Otis and Alla, and then season two, fucking there's the entire love triangle shit that makes her be mad at Otis. But I really like the scene where she breaks up with Otis of him being like, I think we just got this wrong. I think we're supposed to be friends. Um, which is interesting because like the way Otis described his relationship to Eric when Eric was asking like, oh, what is it like when you hang out with her? It's like, I don't know, we just hang out, we talk, we play video games. It's like, yeah, I do that. You do that with me. It's like, yeah, but I don't make out with you, which is funny, but it also is a way to showcase his relationship with Alla. It's just them hanging out as friends. It's not like a deep like talking about your feelings, shit like that, that you kind of have with a partner that is supposed to be like someone you listen to and have a close connection to. I don't think they ever had that. It's kind of like Lily's the one that figures it out. Not Lily. Alla's the one who figures it out, probably because of Lily, because she has the sex dreams about Lily. And she realizes she's pan, which is a very interesting plot point because it's just like. But to be fair, when I met Ola, I was like, "Oh, is she bi?" Because she looks very much not straight, um, and I especially thought that because when Otis comes dressed as Hedwig, she's like, "Oh my God, I love that film." And Otis had said earlier that it's a film that's like very famous in the LGBTQI community, and so I was like, "Oh, is that a subtle way to say she's LGBT?" And I guess it might have been like a foreshadowing or kind of like being like, oh, she is gay, she is pan, but she just didn't know it yet, which probably makes sense. Um, and I like the way the scene where she figures it out is she's doing a quiz and she's talking to Adam, who's bi, but who doesn't, want to let people know. And so she reads a question like, oh, who do you notice when you're walking down the street? More men or women? Like, oh, both. I thought everyone did that. And that was like, no, I only notice girls. I only notice girls. And that's like after he's like super jealous of Eric being with
Mhm.
with Raheem. So that was a very funny scene, but it was very kind of interesting to see that normalization of like her accepting that she's Spanish. She's like, that makes a lot of sense actually. Um, and just being like her acceptance of herself and like Jakob never makes it a big deal either, which is cool. Um, but yeah, I like her figuring it out and her causing Lily to figure out that she also isn't straight. She mentions, girls that smell like vanilla and are soft weren't in my plan. Boys who are sweaty and smell like whatever were my plan. It's just, she kind of forces Lily to figure herself out, in a way that is also like, I guess forcing her wasn't probably the best idea, but I do really like that the two like figured out just like from being close friends and having a sort of relationship that that like is actually like closer to being partners, because they always talk about their feelings, and Lily even says like, oh, can talk to me about everything, if you want. And Lily making like the little comic sketch about Allah and everything, which is very like, gifting your partner something you made, which is very like intimate, way more intimate just buying something. It's just like making something because you were thinking about them and whatnot. So like you can see why their relationship kind of happens. It's not just because of like, oh, they're friends and she has a sex dream. She has a sex dream because she has such a close relationship with her that her subconscious realizes that she's attracted to Lily, but she doesn't, which is cool. Um,
Mm.
and then yeah, in season 3 they have the entire thing with her and Lily like, not listening to each other basically, because Lily, is so focused on the 8th, which is like an event that's going to happen in their town, of like some aliens coming. And she's like, oh, it's going to be so cool and everything. And Ola keeps trying to talk about her mom. And it's because, Ola's sister recently went away to college. And so she's really been missing her mom since then, as explained by Jakob. So there is a catalyst. I do wish we had seen that sister and had any idea of that relationship between them before that happened, but like it's not really an issue. I just think it would be more emotionally impactful.
Yeah. The show kind of has a tendency to like not so much remove family members, but like you kind of wish to see some of the family members talked about how
Adam
like
has a
how
brother, for example, that we never sister that we've never seen, but it's all she's
Eric.
only mentioned like twice, I think. Where in
Yeah,
like in season 1, when his dad compares him to her, like, why can't you be more like your sister?
yeah, and like it's not really the same, but like Eric's dad, like he's very much part of season one, but like, mentioned a lot in season three, but don't see him after season one. It's like it's not an issue, not really, but like you kind of wonder where is he?
Well, to be fair, in season 3, it kind of makes sense. Like, he doesn't need to show up, and when he's not there in Nigeria, they actually have a very good reason that ties into his mom, Eric's mom's character. Just like they have good reasons to account for like characters not showing up, actors not returning. Like one of Jackson's moms, the biological one, she doesn't show up at all in season 3, and
Yeah,
the other one
because they
just
only
shows up in the final episode,
in
just for
in
them
like
to
two
talk.
scenes where like
Yeah,
he explains like his whole queer thing, and then like
yeah.
she says, you figure that out, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like, no, not telling you I'm gay. Thanks though. I love when he says thanks though, because it's like he's like, oh, I did. Thank you for being okay with me being gay, but I'm not.
Mm.
um, but yeah, she only shows up
But
in two
yeah,
scenes. It's the kind of thing where they don't need to be there, but it could be interesting for them to be there. It's just
yeah.
it's like, oh, they can't bring the actors back, or just like they weren't necessary, so like why pay the actors to come back just to like be in the background or something. Um,
Yeah, but
Like fucking Tania Miller wasn't in season 3 at all, despite the fact she was actually like a prominent character in season 2, uh, which I thought was funny. But yeah. Anyway, they have that tendency of not showing some of the characters they mention, or just like having actors not return and everything. But I don't think it like hurts like Ola's emotional story in season 3. I just think it could have been cool if he had seen a bit of her sister. But yeah, so Ola has like those feelings regarding her mom, and she can really talk to anyone about it. And she kind of takes it out on Jean when she starts living with Jean and Otis, because she kind of feels like Jean is replacing her mom in Jakob's mind, which very much hurts her because she loved her mom, and she always looked up to her, and every time she mentions her mom, it's like it's very lovingly. It's very like when there's a moment where she's talking to Viv, and she mentioned like, "Oh, my mom always used to say this." I don't remember what it was, and Viv was like, "Oh, that's very wise. Your mom must have been very smart." And Ola was like, "Yeah, she was." And Viv said, "I must be very hard living without her now. It's like, yeah, it is. I don't think Lily understands. And Viv is like, well, I lost an aunt, uh, and like a year went by, and like the feeling doesn't really go away. It just gets better. I don't think Lily ever had that. I think she understands that. Which, yeah, not everyone has that experience with death. Like I, for example, I've never had anyone like close to me die, so I don't really understand what that relationship with like having someone close to you die is. So you can understand why Lily is kind of like not willing to, maybe not willing, just not being able to understand what she's going through. Um, which, yeah, causes her to Ola to kind of isolate herself and like kind of resent Jean's baby. She's like, is that gonna replace? Like she even says like, oh, I'm afraid you're gonna like your new family better than your old one. Uh, she says that to her dad, to Jakob. And so, but then he's like, that's never gonna happen. They're not gonna replace you. And then they have a little moment where they talk, and they talk about how much they miss Allah's mom, and how that's like a thing that actually affects the two still, and that they can actually talk about it like together, which I think is cool. To have that moment between the two, because the show does do a lot of interesting things with like parent children relationships. Jeez, I just realized we haven't even touched on Maureen, but I don't think she's a character we need to go in depth on, considering how many characters we've already talked about. Maureen is good, I like her, but like,
Yeah. She's cool. She's cool. Her actor's cool, but like, there's not really that much there.
yeah, it's like there is a story there. I like it. I especially like the way it relates to like, but by the end of season 3, she realizes that her getting back with Mr. Gruff isn't like about her. It's about Adam and how it would hurt Adam, and it kind of exemplifies the point of the entire season of like how Mr. Groff was only trying to win her back instead of trying to mend his relationship with Adam. He never tried that, and Adam still resented him, and that's exemplified mostly when Adam tells her, Adam says to his mom like, "Oh, don't tell Dad that he didn't win a proper prize because he did a fucking dog." I don't, what do you call it? Like obstacle course contest. I don't know what it would
Yeah,
be.
like
Dog race.
that sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and he got like an honorable mention, but he didn't get like an actual prize. It wasn't first, second, or third. It was just like, oh, it's the best debut performance we've had in a long time. So yeah, that was it. He didn't actually win. It's like, don't tell Dad. And she asks why, and he says he'd just be disappointed. So yeah, I do like Maureen. She's a good character. I'm gonna get back to what I was saying. So anyway, Ola. Jesus Christ, my brain right now. I think Iron Sky like completely destroyed my brain.
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, Ola, yeah. So she has that, and she has the relationship where she kind of she's able to, I guess, to talk more to Otis as well. I think by the end of season 3 of like just because Otis becomes more of a brother to her, of them actually like being able to talk about those experiences, which is cool as well. And I do like the way they become like actual like close as brothers, sister, basically as friends. As you said, Tin, of just being like Tin. Was it Tin or was Tin?
Yeah, I said how like I see her less as like an ex-girlfriend and more
Yeah,
like a brother to him,
yeah,
like a sister to him.
yeah. So it's like I do really appreciate that they managed to develop that while being like so much history and baggage behind them, especially considering the way Otis treated her in season 2. Two? Yeah, 2. So yeah. Oh yeah, just remember there's fuck, what's his name? The guy on the wheelchair?
Isaac.
Isaac. Yeah, he's also a great
Oh yeah.
character. Oh my god, this show is good. It's too good. It's you just keep remembering characters that we should be talking about. Okay, we're gonna talk about it when we mention Maeve. It's gonna be tangentially related. So okay. So yeah, so yeah, all I had just did season 3 is kind of that the arc, I guess, of trying to like I guess like herself enough to believe that she's not gonna be replaced by Jean and the new kid and everything, and that she her dad really does love her. That really it scares her, which is I think a very rational fear. Well, not maybe not rational, but is a very common thing I feel that happens with a relationship like this. Of step parents always have that kind of idea that like, oh, it's a new family, and like especially if, the parents like gets married to someone who already has kids, and it's like it's having step siblings is always going to be hard as something to like accept. Um, and so yeah, I don't know. I like her. I like that, and I like the ending that we get with her for um for her and Lily talking, because and it's like it's a huge coincidence, but it's a coincidence that I love because I think it really ties in well with Lily's character of like kind of kind of believing that like there's not just Lily but all as well, kind of believing that there's like a higher being kind of in control, because they end up like there's a huge coincidence where Ola goes to like the place that was her mom's favorite place to be in the city. Jab hasn't watched the show, Naira. And that place happens to be the same place where the eighth was happening, the thing that Lily wanted to see. And even though Lily was not, not sure if she wanted to go because of the way she had been treated the entire season, she ended up going. And she saw all of there. She was like, "Oh, that's what was happening." Okay, and they end up, sitting and talking and like, you know, saying sorry about not being able to listen to the other because they've both been wrapped up in some of their stuff, but that they do really care about the other, and they just like look, look at the sky, nothing happens, and there's like some um shooting stars, and they're like, "Oh, it's that. Those are the spaceships," and then they wave at it, and it's like the one thing that I like as well is how the show is not like giving you definitive answer, like, "Oh my god, aliens exist in this universe," or or being like, "Oh, they definitely don't." If you want to believe that those were actually aliens, you can, like, while watching the show, and I like that because it's like if you want to believe in it, it's like Lily, like be yourself. It doesn't matter. Like you can just explain it as shooting stars, or you can be like Ola, who's being like happy with her girlfriend, just being like, you know what? If you believe it, that's like good enough for me. Like I could believe in it too because it makes you happy, which I find such a sweet moment. Uh, because like even though I find it stupid to think like aliens would come to Earth, I think it's so wholesome to see someone that actually like believes in something like that being represented in a way that's not making fun of them. I really hate when like it's being like people who believe in things like that are made fun of. Um, Not like making fun of conspiracy theories, but just like something that's like that, just aliens, which is like very much more plausible than um dinosaur Hitler, which I said as a reference to Iron Sky, because that film makes fun of it makes fun of conspiracy theorists. And so I really do like that. It's like not taking a cynical, skeptical point of view and actually allowing the viewer to be like, you can believe whatever you want out of the situation. What matters is how it relates to Lily and Ola as characters, and that they kiss, and it's like the last we see of them. It's like, hey, that's great. You know, like you didn't undermine any of them for the sake of like trying to appeal to a sort of like realism or skeptical point of view, because you don't have to believe in something for it to mean something to someone else, for it to mean something to you. As like Ola even said, like, oh, she found that Lily believing in aliens early in the season was silly. She doesn't really need to believe in aliens for it to believe in how much it matters to Lily, which I think is cool. Which I guess brings us to actually, we can talk about Hope and Lily at once, and then we could talk about Eric, Maven, Notice.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like there surely are more characters that we should talk about, but like at this point, let's just talk about the main ones, I guess, left. So Lily, as I said, she has the the idea of her being so weird and like openly weird that the show really loves to show, and how in season 3, because of Hope, who's the new head mistress of the school after Mr. Groff was fired after Lily did the play in season 2, and it kind of went nuts because all the students were like disagreeing with Mr. Groff like in front of him, and how he was trying to control the school, but like people wanted to allow their expression, and he didn't he didn't want that. They got someone to like double down on that idea, and it's Hope, who's just like completely like, I don't say she's bigoted. I think she just doesn't understand. I think she doesn't allow herself to think about issues that other people think are important, because she wasn't allowed to think about them in her own like time, which is what Otis says to her by the end of the season. Just the idea of like those issues have always been there, you just weren't willing to listen. Like she reads Jean's book. Oh fuck yeah. Okay, we gotta talk about Jean and fucking Jakob before we got to Maeve and Otis. Fucking hell, this is too much. Jean wrote a book about like the issues that a lot of the children had at Moordale, which is the school. I don't think we mentioned the name till now. When in season 2 she was working there as like a counselor for like sex therapy. She wanted to help build a new SRE, what's it called, curriculum. And to do that, she was like talking to students and hearing like about their issues and like helping them on like a therapy sense, but also taking notes about how to implement a new SRE curriculum. And she wrote a book about it off screen between season 2 and 3. And in season 3, Hope like reads the book, and it's very, very funny scene where she's like reading the book and she's just like sighing and like shaking her head as she reads words like, oh, gender expression, LGBTQ plus, and everything like that, being like, oh, it should be a safe place to talk about gender expression and sexuality and everything. And so she's like, she just thinks that these issues aren't important to be talked about, but she has her own issues to deal with, which is like, and she has a very like turfy mindset, I feel, of what she says about like wanting to get pregnant, because she's tried many times the in vitro fertilization of trying to get pregnant, but she's never been able to. It just never took. And so she says like, my body, it's one function, which is to have a baby, just doesn't work. Like I feel like I failed as a woman, which is just a very like turf thing to think, that the only purpose, not only turf, but like misogynist take, is to believe that a woman's only purpose is to have children. So say that's why women have to be people with who have uteruses, instead of being like just people who identify as women. And so, sorry.
And I was gonna say, it kind of plays like a bit of irony in that in her first scene she's seen as like this really cool, hip new headmaster, then turns out she's just.
Well, it's not irony. She did that on purpose, right? You can tell like throughout episode 1, that mask's kind of slipping of her being the cool headmistress, is like hip and everything. Like the way she looks as well, I thought, oh, she's probably a lesbian. She isn't, but she just, I feel like it's just like she wants to sell that look of being like, everyone's gonna like her. I'm the cool one. I'm the person everyone thinks is awesome. But then when it comes to actually like dealing with these issues, she's not good at it, and she kind of like rules with an iron fist. As Raheem even says, it's all about power for her. And he says it's never just a line, when she he gets that line for people to walk, like, oh, you need to walk on this side of the hall and everything. It's just a way for her to gain power and to get people on her side. Even though they quickly turn on her, it makes it more willing to like people to be on her side. For example, she gives that talk to Ola, Lily, Maeve,
and Cal, I think.
Cal, yeah. So she tells Cal to put on girls' clothes. Cal's like, fuck off. She tells Maeve that piercings and her colored hair are big no-no. She tells Lily all the makeup and her different hair and everything shouldn't be, is also a big no-no. And Ala, because she has an LGBTQI plus pin on her uniform, she's like, no, you need to, only proper uniform attire is allowed. And then she's like, well, but this is, this matters to me. And she says, well, hopefully your cause isn't so weak as to, it hinges on the fact that you have a pin on your, you have a pin on your uniform or something like that. And it's a really annoying way of thinking, but yeah. But after that, they all leave, and she's like, well, Maeve, hold on. And just she mentions to Maeve about the aptitude scheme for, going to America and whatnot. And she's like, hey, I know you have issues. I want to see if we have funds to like help you pay for the trip if you actually do want to go. If you do manage to get into the program. So she kind of like gains Maeve to her side. Like Maeve does a little smile, that cute little shy smile that she always does. Um, and but then she's like, I'm serious though. You need to, stop with the piercings and the colored hair. So it's kind of like she gets people on her side by like trying to help them manipulate them, because it's about optics for her. Because if she does something that's optically good, it'll get more people on her side rather than doing something that's actually good. Um, like building the gender neutral bathrooms that Kyle asks her for. Because she just wants, the school to have an image of excellence, and that, she can achieve that via Maeve going to the aptitude scheme, but she can't achieve that if fucking people have like colored hair and everything, which is silly. I fucking hate that kind of shit of them being like, oh, you have tattoos, you're not gonna get a job if you have tattoos. You're not gonna work when you work in a few years. You're not gonna be wearing piercings. Like I am. People don't care anymore.
It's kind of like the whole thing of like in my notes, like I'm commenting on this and turn around about the school system, but like even like my secondary school kind of stomps out like self-expression, which like this season was very much about. Like you couldn't like wear pins and that, you couldn't dyed hair, you couldn't wear makeup,
you couldn't wear
like,
proper clothes. You had to wear the uniform. They finally introduced the uniform.
Yeah, exactly. Like even if you had your shirt untucked, like they were saying, tuck your shirt in, and it's like, Jesus Christ, already.
Oh yeah, especially that was especially targeted towards Cow because they were wearing like baggy pants.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they didn't like pants that sit close to their body because of dysphoria, which I can relate to.
It's like the school I went to, the only time you could wear normal clothes was like either non-uniform day or if you were in sixth form, which is why like I sort of assumed that like Moordale was like they were all sixth formers and that, so that's why they were wearing normal clothes. Yeah. But then like season 3 kicks in, everyone has to wear uniforms, and it's like this is what most schools are like. You kind of just have to get in line, and the more in line you're, the more you can succeed, apparently.
Yeah, it's that idea of just like you need to do everything you're told, you need to follow these orders and be a good little student instead of allowing yourself to be yourself.
It's a pretty neat sort of, I guess, commentary on like the fuckness of the current system, UK school system.
Yeah, not just UK. I have very similar. I have very similar experiences from here in Brazil when I went to school. Mm. It's just annoying the way that happens. Just like not being allowed to express yourself. My school's actually pretty chill, despite having a uniform. It was pretty chill in terms of that. Though it had some strict rules about like skirts and shorts and fucking trousers. See, I'm starting to say trousers because we're talking about a British show and I'm talking to British people, but I say pants usually. But I don't want you to think I'm saying like, underwear. So it's tough. This is why British English sucks. Imagine calling underwear pants. Like, bro. Anyway, that tangent away. So yeah, Hope has that entire like idea of her character of like not understanding why issues matter, because in her time they didn't matter, so that she thought, hey, this is the way that it should be, I kind of feel like it's kind of like a confirmation bias, yeah, where she's kind of like trying to justify her own experiences and be like, no, my experiences when I went to school, they weren't traumatic, they weren't bad, they weren't like not, they were helping us, because otherwise I suffered for no reason. And I do really like that they're all standing up for it, and even though they fucked themselves over by getting the school fucking closed, meaning that by the end of they need to find a new school by the end of the term so they can finish, school. I don't know the name. I was gonna say high school, but it's not that in England, is it?
I'm not actually sure.
Well, anyway. So anyway, so they can finish school, and so they can, but they still like, it raises the issue and gets people like around the UK talking and protesting in similar ways, because what they did was brave, and it actually is something that should be fought for. It's like Miss Sand says, like, because Jackson says, well, that was a waste of time, and Miss Sand says, no, it's never a waste of time to fight for what you believe in. It's just great, which I also love Miss Sands, but we don't have time to talk about her, okay? We just don't. But she's a good character. I like her. She's also hot, but every woman in the show is basically.
Yeah.
Baba Ganoush. So like, okay, So we have with that, there's the friends trip, which causes Adam to throw no, no, not Adam, Raheem to throw poo out of a window, the window of the bus, which is a long story. I'm not gonna explain the entire context. It happens.
It's basically watch for show. Like just like
Yeah,
it's a lot. It's explained on the show.
yeah. I don't think that scene is bad, but I don't like it. I find it very gross. I always close my eyes when I'm
It's
watching it.
it, it's it's like jokes like that. They're very gross out humor. It's just not my
Yeah,
thing.
it's not
Like
for me either. Um, but then Adam sticks up for Raheem, which is also a very interesting thing for Adam. The way he stands up for Raheem, which is someone he doesn't really like and who doesn't like him because, Adam stole Eric from Raheem. But he sticks up for him because he says, well, people already think I'm a joke anyway, so like, what's the point? So he does that. He gets punished by Hope by having to wear a fucking plaque on his uh, neck saying I'm unhygienic and put my fellow students at risk. Who else? Oh yeah, Cal, because they don't wear the normal clothes. It's like, oh, I don't care for what's it? I think I question authority or some shit.
I don't care for my pupils and I'm a disruptive influence or something like
Oh
that.
yeah, something like that. Yeah, disruptive something. Yeah, which is funny because there's a shot when Cal shows up and they talk to Jackson. You can see they flip their their plaque and they wrote something like "fuck your rules" or something. It's great. It's like it's on screen for like a couple seconds. It's never called
I think
attention
it was
to.
like
It's very
I think
funny.
it was like your bias isn't my issue or something.
Oh yeah, it's like "fuck your bias" or something. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the word "fuck" was there. That's why I'm saying it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it had something to do with bias. It's great. We love Cal. They're great. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, and the other person is Lily. We're gonna talk about Lily now. She wrote a story because okay, so ever since season one, she's been obsessed with like writing stories about aliens having sex because that's just how her mind works. That's how she expresses herself, and it's very clear that the main character in her stories is her. Fuck, what's the name of the main character? I'm not gonna
Uh,
remember. Glenoxy.
no,
Glenoxy.
that's it.
Yeah, Glenoxy. It's supposed to be her. Um, and it talks about her like trying to find someone to have sex with, which is funny because in season one she has the basically the to realize because she's obsessed with like having sex like with anyone. She doesn't want someone specifically to have sex, which is why she fucking when Eric tries to get into swing band, she's like, "Oh, I can bring you up to speed. We can practice later." Then she comes to his house and she fucking shows her tits. She gets topless, shows her tits to him, and he's like, "Oh, I'm gay." He's like, "No, really?" It's like, "Yeah, properly." And then they end up watching gay sex, gay porn. Because Eric was trying to, because she asked him for it when he was talking about like he's never had sex, but he wants to, and he thinks like having sex with someone you have a connection to is interesting and whatnot. But she basically just wants to have sex with anyone, just to get it over with. So much so that in episode 6, she tries to have sex with Otis, who says yes because he had the thing where he told Maeve that he was a virgin just before Maeve was about to kiss him because he was anxious about it especially because Maeve at that point was with Jackson. But anyway, she goes to have sex with him. He takes her up on her offer, which she offered like the previous episode. And ooh, what she does, it's just like she does, and they can't do it and everything. And then later, he asks her like, "Why do you want to have sex so bad? Like, what's the point of it for you?" And she's like, I just kind of want to get it over with because otherwise I'm gonna, be a virgin when I leave high school. I'm gonna be the weird, virgin in college, and so nobody's gonna want to have sex with me. If nobody wants to have sex with me, I'm never gonna have sex, and then we're gonna end up old and alone, and the house full of cats. And Otis says like, oh, you skipped a few steps there. Oh yeah, it's because he's trying to, I think, help her. Yeah, because she pays for his sex therapy later, and he's like trying to get her over her fear of it because she tries to have sex with this guy and she can't. And she has a thing called vaginismus because she put a lot of pressure on herself to have sex. But it's just like she wants to get it over with because she thinks like she's gonna be left behind if she does. It's just the classic like, oh, the race of being pressured just like by society and the world around you to have sex because you think you're gonna miss out if you don't, if you're a virgin by the time you're like older. And so like her comics are her expression of that, or her trying to find a partner. And it's really great because the episode where they first show her comics, she finishes the page um by making the character, like when he's not able to have sex with her, his penis hands go flaccid. It's like, I'm gay. uh, because it's obviously showing Eric being gay when she tried to have sex with him. um it's just hilarious. Anyway, she does that. She writes those comics, and then she has to kind of accept the idea that it's not a race, which is cool. She does. Season 2, she doesn't really have that anymore. Um, but when she gets with Ola, she does have the issues with like trying to have sex with her because she's not been able to get over her vaginismus yet. She's trying, but I do really like the way Ola does to kind of make her like make them have sex in a way, but not like not be actual sex, so that she can actually do it, because she's like, oh, I'm perfectly fine when I touch myself, I just can't really have sex with other people. My vagina basically closes up, and then all is like, we could touch ourselves and just like masturbate next to each other, and it's like, I know this sounds very perverted the way I'm saying it, but it's just like, it's a very nice scene because it shows the way Ola is willing to like compromise a little bit to just understand Lily and allow herself to, you have your issues, you can work through them. In the meantime, you can also like just be together, because their relationship is more about the intimacy of like an emotional connection rather than just like the physical sexual thing, which is exactly the opposite of what Lily was looking for in season 1, which is should just symbolizes, I guess, the growth of Lily as a character just from season 1. um and then in season
Yeah.
Sorry, we're gonna say something.
Yeah, it's just sort of showing that, like, just sort of treating sex as just this, not just like this, like, just not as like a perverted sort of thing, I guess. It's very much like something you can, like, well, it's just something that people do, I guess, and it's like,
Yeah.
okay, just finding like mature ways of like, if you have a problem with it, then like, okay, just find a mature way to deal with it. Like, if you're not like, like really not physically being capable of it, not because of like, not like she doesn't find Ola attractive or anything. It's just like,
Yeah,
her
just an
body
issue
just
she
physically
has.
doesn't react.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, okay, just find this like sort of alternate way of doing it, where it's like, it's not like the same thing, but it's still got that level of intimacy, which is like the goal.
Like physical intimacy and the emotional intimacy of just allowing each other to, be close to each other and share this intimate moment, without like putting pressure on something to be like extremely pleasurable, because the pleasure there will come from the emotional closeness that they're sharing, which is more important for a lot of people. And for those two, it makes sense. I think especially Ola being pansexual, I don't think she has any like, she even says when she was doing the test of like, if you have genital preference or something, it's just like she just doesn't care about like, she, I guess it would be more like a demisexual thing, I guess, of just like caring more about the emotional closeness than the physical aspect of it, which is cool. I like representation of things that are like that. I hate when it's like a womanizing character who's just like, I need to have sex with women all the time, like a fucking Barney from How I Met Your Mother, which is just cringe. So yeah, I do like that. And so yeah, and then 207 is when her Shakespeare play happens, and she adapts it to be kind of like her comics, the alien sex stories. It's saying alien sex. It's funny. Anyway, so anyway, she does that, and it's like the show. Firstly, I love the show. I just think it's funny. It's really like, it's really interesting the way it is adapted, because like obviously like not from a Lily writing it standpoint, from like the writers of the show writing it. I do feel like the way they chose to like make the jokes and turn things into like more sexual rather than like romantic is very creative. I really like the way they use the language there to, and creating the musics and the songs and everything. It's just very well done. But the show is kind of turned into, it's kind of fucked over because Adam interrupts it to be like, hey, Eric, I'm in love with you, and Mr. Groff interrupts it as well to do what I said about like protesting against Jean. Uh, and so like Lily says, I call it that was a disaster. They ruined my show, and then Nala's like, I think it was perfect, and then they kiss. I'm like, hey, that's nice. Supporting your girlfriend, just like, yeah, and yeah, I like that, and I also like it because it kind of makes a little point of the idea of like Alla supporting Lily and her stories, but that in season 3 is kind of expanded upon. That it's not like just like she completely supports it, which is something that Lily really needs to work through. So anyway, in season 3, the fallout of that was that Mr. Groff was fired. They hired Hope, which as I already said, and then Lily is very much targeted by Hope because of that story, and because she also she sent one of her stories to a contest. There's going to be people publishing the Morndale paper, as in like the city paper, not just um like the school paper. So it's like, people would actually see it. And because she's from the school that is now known as Sex School because of her play in season 2, it's kind of seen as if she was like humiliating the school. She was making, her peers be seen as lesser and everything, because she was like mocking and making these stories that are like sexual and everything, as if she's doing it on purpose to make her school a laughing stock, and not because it's her artistic expression. And so like the paper she sends the story to makes fun of her, calls her, like, says that she's from Sex School, and that's why Hope puts her in one of the plaques as well, wearing one of the plaques to be like, hey, I humiliated my peers, and I made fun of my school, something like that. It's something to say, like, made her school seem, be humiliated a bit. I was gonna say something other than that, but yeah, there's that. And oh yeah, I remember. And other than that, she's always had like the way she dresses, the way she does her makeup, the way she does her hair is it's very much her, I guess. It's very expressive, very vibrant, very colorful. Because she has to wear the uniform, she can have her makeup, she can have everything. She looks very plain. But when she does, like, even I think Anwar is the first one to comment, like, "Oh, Lily, you look nice. You look normal." And then Eric says, "Oh, you look nice or not?" And then Lily's like, "Oh, did I really look that weird before?" And Nala says, "Oh, I think you looked cute." But it kind of starts to become like this insecurity that comes from her childhood, the way that like she was treated when she wrote stories like the ones she currently writes, and the way her mom said, like, "Oh, nice girls don't write these types of stories." And she said, "But I liked writing these stories." And she said, and her mom says, like, "Oh, just don't show them to anyone, then keep them to yourself." And like the insecurities that creep up on Lily come from the fact that she thought that her weirdness was more understandable and acceptable, and I guess not weird, because she was showing her stories to Alla. She had role play alien sex with Alla, and that Alla always loved it. But then when she starts being questioned by everyone, being like, "Oh, you were super weird before," and the idea that Alla, especially, like, she starts saying, "We don't need to have sex with the alien stuff all the time. Sometimes I just want to be, in reality and everything." And Lily's like, "Wait, you don't believe in aliens?" And Ola's like, "Well, no, I don't." "Do you?" It's like, "Yeah, of course." So it kind of like creates like this idea in her mind that she shared herself with Ola, but Ola wasn't like actually accepting her as normal. She was accepting her despite being weird, and not because she is the way she is. She didn't like her weird stuff. She didn't like the sex stuff, which isn't exactly what Ola said, but it's the insecurities that come into place. And so having her be put in front of the whole school to be made fun of by Hope, and her story being mocked by everyone, the fact that Ola seemingly didn't love it, didn't love those stories as much, and she was also like, "Oh, maybe you shouldn't publicize this story in a paper, because I don't think it's to everyone's taste." It just kind of like made her insecurities from childhood, or like her being weird, creep in, and which is why she like basically gives up everything. Like she's willing to throw it all away in the finale, like, or her alien stuff and everything. The finale 207, yeah. Um, well, the finale as well, but 207 is the one where she has the scene where Otis comes to her and talks to her. Um, but then that's when the play happens. You know, the presentation that Jackson and Viv and Cal organized to have like basically everyone in the school just like showing and acknowledging their issues, their sexual issues, their weird things, and being like, if Lily's weird, we're all weird, and that's fine, and you know we should be more open to talking about these things, which is just like a very nice gesture, which Lily unfortunately just didn't see and didn't know about, which I think is just very like tragic. Um, but that you know inspires Otis to go talk to her to finally care again, basically. Um, which we'll get to. It's but so then, what I really love about Lily in season 3 is like that is like she gets beaten down so much for being weird, and she's her insecurities creep in. But what gets her out of it is her mom trying to relate to her in that sense, because it's funny because Lily's mom is a nurse, and because Jean was pregnant, Jean was like on a wheelchair while she was in labor. Jean was in a wheelchair while she was in labor, and Lily's mom was talking about Lily to like distract um Jean from the pain of contractions and labor and everything. And Jean tells her like and she tells Jean like, oh, I can't really relate to her, I don't understand her, like she seems like she's always in her world, her own world. And Jean's like, try to relate to her like on her own world, on her own terms. It doesn't need to be something big, just something you both can talk about that is in her world. And so she mentions how Lily's mom mentions how she had like an experience where she thought she saw an alien spaceship when she was younger, and she's like such a small thing there. And then one of the that's the first time Lily's gone to school since like a long time. Someone like brings a newspaper with Lily's story on it and is like, can you sign it please, the Noxie is my hero. And then she's like, you know what, Mom, I am gonna go to the 8th, because she said earlier that she wouldn't. It's just like her realizing that her stories can be inspiring. It's what Otis told her, of being like, you shouldn't let people bully you. You should, and a lot of artists were weird, but you can that just makes like you're gonna like get yourself hurt. You're gonna have a lot of people feeling heard and seen by your stories because of the way you write them, because of the way they are weird. There are people who are going to relate to it, so you shouldn't stop. And she had said, well, maybe I'm just done with aliens. And Otis says, well, at least just you shouldn't stop anyway. Maybe not aliens, but you shouldn't stop writing, you shouldn't stop expressing yourself, which is just like as Tin said, the season's a lot about self-expression. So I really do love like how Lily is like I feel like say like a film and a scene where they have like a scene that like thematically encapsulates the entire film. She's like the character in the season in the character, where her character's journey exemplifies the entire journey of like the season, basically, of the themes of self accepting yourself and your self-expression being important. So yeah, Lily good. Is that
Yeah.
it? Well, I think we already mentioned the stuff with Hope. Yeah, I think we're good now to go with Jakob and Jean. Jesus Christ, this is almost 3 hours. Okay. I don't know if we should like go into detail on those, because I really do want to talk about Maeve. Let's see, Jakob and Jean they get together in season 1. Jean's like, I'm sorry, you're looking for way more intimacy than I am. Then she realizes that she wants to be with him. I think hugely because of the mystery behind Jakob, behind the idea that she tried to read him, and because she's a therapist, she's usually very good at it. But she actually got like a lot of stuff wrong about Jakob when she read him. When she mentioned like how he she said, oh, you always sleep with your clients all the time, and you're divorced, and whatever. And it's like, no, actually I'm not divorced, my wife died, I've never done something like this and whatnot. So I think part of her interest in him is the mystery. And so like after they get together and break up, she's like, no, we should be together. But then they hide it for a bit in season 2 because Alla and Otis are dating, and they don't want it to be weird because Jakob is Yalla's dad. Alla's dad. And Jean is Otis's mom. And so, yeah. So then they break up by the end of season 2 when Ola and Otis also break up, right?
Yeah, it's around the same time-ish.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because Ola gets with Lily and then Jean and oh yeah, Jakob gets like kind of overbearing in terms of like his stuff is all over the place. She kind of feels like he's invading her space because she has a very big need for her own independence, Jean. Even though she feels like she needs Jakob, she does also at the same time feel um like she can't be with Jakob the way he is because of how like he needs to be part of her space. Like he has like fucking coins everywhere, which is funny, the joke they do with like coins spawning out of nowhere. Um and he's like very so we're not disorganized, but basically like his stuff is all over the place. Um, when she sleeps with at her place and everything, which is usually what they do. So yeah, she ends up breaking up with him, and then in season 3, by the end of season 2, she figures out she's pregnant. In season 3, she has to tell him, and she's already a few months along. She hadn't told him because fear, firstly, and secondly because she was focusing on her book. And she even says like I got basically absorbed by writing my book. So yeah. Um, and so, yeah, she tells him, he's kind of like, oh man. And they're like, oh, we should try living together to be an actual family so that it's better for the baby. And then they tried that, but then they end up getting into a fight because Jakob can't trust her, partly because of his experience with his wife, the one that died, which I mentioned earlier about the fact that, she cheated on him and then she got sick and then she died. And so he never had time, like, to, like, process that and, you know, make sure that he can trust other people again. Is like the therapist even tells him, like, you didn't have time to grieve that relationship dying because you had to grieve your wife, basically, because she got sick and you had to be with her. Like he says, you don't leave a sick person. So he has that baggage, but also because Jean has a past of like loving to sleep around. And there's the guy that they meet at the hospital. I was like, "Hey, Jean, what's up? How you doing?" Who was someone she slept with in season 1, who presumably is gonna be the dad of the child. Because as I said, we find out in the finale that the child isn't actually Jakob's, which is not a review I like. It makes perfect sense. It's not like logically follows. I just don't like it. I just feel like it's unnecessary to do that, especially when Jakob and Jean finally like get together and mend their relationship by the end. Maybe not get together, but they mend the relationship. So anyway, yeah, Jakob and Jean try living together for a while. He stops doing that because he can't trust her. Jakob also tries to build a treehouse for their future baby, but he doesn't finish it because he moves out and everything. But he doesn't move out. He stops. He doesn't sleep in her room anymore. He sleeps in Jean's office, which is funny. Like imagine sleeping in a room with that amount of penises in it. Anyway.
I do very often.
Fuck's sakes on. So so yeah, Jean, when she's about to have the baby, she has the baby, but then she hemorrhages, because she's an older parent, which is they mention it a lot throughout the season, and it's kind of like her always being like, no, I know the risks, I know everything, like I'm fully conscious about the decision I'm making, but then there are complications which are way more likely to happen when you are an older parent, and she almost dies, which yeah. Um, and which yeah, it causes like a big fear both Jakob and Otis of like losing Jean because they do really care about her, even if yet like Jakob isn't gonna be together with her in a relationship, he still like cares about her, and he's still having her child until we realize it's not his child. Anyway, so yeah, that's Jakob and Jean. I like him. I think Jakob is the kind of character where because he doesn't like sharing himself a lot, he's always just like not. It's very hard to learn a lot about him. He's very closed off. He also like fucking hates therapy, so he never says anything during the therapy sessions they have until like the last one, which is a very good scene. It's probably my favorite scene with Jakob. That or him talking to Walla about Walla's mom. And Jean is cool. Her relationship with Otis is very interesting because she's very protective of him in a way that, firstly I think only happens because he's an only child, of being like so overbearingly protective, of like spying on him and wanting to know everything that's going on in his life. Fucking, he says like, don't go into my room, and then she does, and she sees that, he had the ejaculation while he is asleep, and when she goes to bring his inhaler in episode 2 at the party he's at, just as an excuse to spy on him. So she kind of needs to learn to like kind of let go of that and allow her son to have his own independence. But then that's kind of why she wants to keep the baby when she finds out she's pregnant, is because she's not ready to stop being a parent yet, and she feels like she's kind of losing that with Otis, because she says like, you're a young man, I should treat you like it, you're not a child anymore. She says that in the after she almost dies, after they fix her. And so yeah, it's like she allows herself, she loves her own independence, but she doesn't really allow for her own son to have that independence. Oh yeah, also part of why Jakob and her broke up at first was because she kissed her ex-husband when he came. Yeah, I forgot that happened. They were going to have sex, but then like Otis showed up, so yeah. Which fucking, oh my god, Otis is dead. Oh Christ. Okay.
Another thing I like about
Before we move to the end, can I just mention one thing about Jakob? Because, like,
I mean, yeah.
unlike my last sort of rewatch, like the one scene that kind of hit me kind of hard was it was when Jakob and Otis were like talking, like when the baby's right there, and he says, "I don't want to be back in with my dad."
Well,
My
yeah,
mom
I was
dies.
gonna say that. I was gonna save that when we were talking about Otis, because his relationship with his dad is a big
Yeah,
aspect
we'll
of
say that
season
for later
two.
because yeah, like I do like that bit. But we'll say that later then. Yeah, we'll do that later.
Mm. And
Yeah,
you,
and
Sod, you were gonna say something.
yeah, what I like about Jean is that she has sex with a lot of guys who have the whole like thing with their mothers, and but the idea of calling her mommy is a thing that I relate to.
Fuck's
Oh,
sake,
for
I thought you were
fuck's
gonna actually say something. Yeah,
No.
there's a guy that she
sake.
sleeps with. I think it is the one that's actually the dad of her child, who has mother issues, as Otis said. And he says that, and he's kind of insecure about it. As he's leaving the room, he calls Otis. He calls Jean mom. So yeah, that happens by accident, obviously. You would never call a woman who's not your mom your mom. Isn't that correct, Zod?
Yeah,
Don't.
of course.
Just
So
don't.
so anyway, okay. So Otis, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna leave Maeve last because she's the best. Otis, so in season 1 he starts doing the sex clinic thing to help people have sex problems, sex and relationship problems, because he helps Adam just by virtue of like chance of them being close to the abandoned bathrooms. Adam was there. He's having a fucking hard on because of Viagra, and he was worried about it, and helped Adam deal with like his image and everything. And Maeve's like impressed with it, and she's like, well, we should start the sex clinic thing. And he does it mostly because he wants to get close to Maeve, not partly because he wants to, like, as he says, he wants to be a guy in the corner. He doesn't want that. He just thinks he wants that, as we realize later. He says in season 3, like, I wanted to be like a guy nobody knows, but actually didn't. Like, I wanted to be, I kind of liked the version of myself that I found. And because he fancied Maeve, which is obvious because she's Emma Mackey. So he ends up starting doing the sex clinic, and Maeve has been sleeping with Jackson for a while. And then Jackson's like, yo, man, you're friends with Maeve, right? In episode 4, because that's already been a while since they met. Otis and Maeve met and became friends. And he's like, well, yeah, sure. And he's like, oh, can you help me, like, figure out how to get close to her, how to be, be her boyfriend, because she never says yes. Um, and Otis wants to say no, but he buy and not take Jackson's money, but he ends up taking it by accident in a way that I find very funny. Especially because it kind of relates to like how Jackson's anxiety just like makes him speak so much that he doesn't let the other person speak, so that he always seems confident, which is kind of why he keeps talking over Otis every time he's trying to talk to him about like giving his money back, or like, I'm not gonna help you. He just ends up getting everything he wants. And so he ends up helping Jackson to get close to Maeve by like telling him like what Maeve likes and things she's interested in, such as like female writers and music taste, which I very base music taste. I think he mentions like Nirvana, Joy Division, Bikini Kill, and that she has dark humor. Those are the three things: the female writers, the dark humor, and the music. And so that gets Jackson to get closer to Maeve, and then Jackson's like, "Yo, can you help me figure out how to ask Maeve out?" And then Otis gives him bad advice, because it's like the exact thing Maeve said like earlier in the episode that she hated, which is like the big romantic like rom-com gesture. He tells Jackson to do, but it ends up charming Maeve anyway because she's a really interesting and complex character, which we'll get into. But the point is, Otis was trying to sabotage Jackson. It's very bad. It's also bad to share that kind of information about Maeve, in the sense of like, especially getting paid for it, which obviously he gave the money to Maeve, but it's like it's an invasion of her privacy, basically, of not letting, like, just telling someone about her so that they can get closer to her. It's like a manipulation, basically, like manipulating a relationship, as he says, like engineering a relationship. And so she finds out later in the season, right after Otis makes a big speech about being in love with someone, and how, well, he doesn't say it explicitly, but like he mentions the idea to this kid who was trying to help because he was almost fucking killing himself. Jesus, a lot happens in the show. He mentioned the idea of like being in love with someone who doesn't love you back, and obviously as the season went on, because it is very much a teen drama in some ways, Maeve did in fact fall in love with him. And so she was like, "Oh my God, you're in love with me." She doesn't say it explicitly, but Otis says like, "This needs to stop. Like, we can't be hanging out together. We can't do the sex clinic together because like, look at what happened. I tried to give that guy advice and he almost killed himself. Even though like he talked him down, he was also the one that gave the advice that made everything fall apart in the first place." And he also says like, "Oh, like, I'm a." Why when what this is like, basically implying I'm in love with you, and they can't be together. And then Jackson sees that Maeve and Otis are being all like, not flirty, but they're clearly like have something between them, and Jackson is kind of being like left out during that party, of like Maeve doesn't really pay attention to him. But Jackson has his own issues. He's drunk during that party because of Maeve's brother, and just like him wanting to stop thinking about like swimming and everything. And so he tells Maeve that he bought information from Otis, about Maeve, just to be able to get close to her, which gets Maeve mad at both of them. But Maeve takes care of Jackson because he's drunk. She brings him home, and then other things happen, which we'll talk about when we get to Maeve. And then, so yeah, that's Otis in season 1. So he apologizes to Maeve in the great way, because Maeve is a phenomenal writer. She writes a lot of people's essays at school because they pay her for it, and she's really good at it, so she can make a lot of money. And like basically the best essays, like the best graded essays, the ones that like win competitions and everything, were all written by her. So there's one that Adam won, which was written by her, and that Otis realized, without asking her anything, he just realized by listening to it, that she wrote it. So the way he apologizes to her is by stealing the trophy that Adam had won, fucking scribbling out Adam's name, scratching out Adam's name and writing Maeve Wiley under it, and then writing a note of apology, which is great. And then Maeve is like, you know what, I am in love with Otis, and she goes to his place, but boom, he's with Ola now. Which is because like when he asked Ola to go to the dance with him, which is where Jackson tells Maeve about everything, and the guy tried to kill himself. He kind of implied that like Ola isn't as good as Maeve, because he said like, oh, because Ola thought there was something between him and Maeve, and she was like, hey, is there something between two? It's like, nah, she wouldn't date someone like me, because she's kind of like a tiger, a lioness from whatever he said, like a fucking sloth. I don't remember exactly what animal he said. And then he called Ola a house cat in terms of that like food chain analogy he was doing. She is not very good, implying she's worse than Maeve. But then he apologizes to her and they get together by the end of season 1. Just kind of. And Ola, I really like the way she treats Otis, because it's just like allowing Otis to be like the weird, anxious version of himself that he is, because he's just like that, but also that doesn't like undermine like how he's feeling, because a lot of time he just can't say things that he wants to say. She just like calms him down. It's like, come on, let's get back to the point, but she doesn't criticize him for it, which is something I like. And so yeah, that's season 1 with those two. Season 2, Otis is dating Ola, and then there's a moment where Maeve is like, yo, I liked you too. And Otis gets mad because it's like, this isn't fair, Maeve. I was in love with you. That's over now. I'm with Ola. Why would you tell me now when I'm with Ola when things are good? You said, because I thought you should know. I was like, no, that's not fair. And he gets mad at Maeve, and then that's the day that he's gonna have sex with for the first time with Ola. So he ends up fucking that up because he's thinking about Maeve. He receives a text message from Maeve, which he reads while Ola's going down on him, which is fucking not good. She sees him take out his phone, and yeah, it's Maeve. And then after that, he throws a party at his house, Otis, to be able to like show that he's casual, because when he broke up with Ola, which is an episode later, Ola was like, you should just be friends. Like you're just trying to like plan everything out. You're so uptight. And you're like, we're 16. We should just like chill out, not think about everything too much. So he wants to show that he's casual to Ola, that he doesn't overthink everything. Which is why he throws a party, and then he gets super fucking drunk. He makes a speech insulting both Ola and Maeve, saying that he deserves better than both of them, which is very not good, especially because the way he insulted Maeve especially was very, very wrong, because he said she's the most selfish person he knows, because she played with his feelings and everything, which is like exactly the opposite of who Maeve is. As we know from watching the show. And so, like, the way that season 2 frames that is kind of relating to the way Otis's dad treated his mom. And just like his current wife as well, that he had after marrying Jean and getting divorced from Jean. That of like, because he basically he cheated on Jean, and then he cheated on his wife as well, and he's like a sex addict and everything, and he doesn't learn. He always says like, oh, I'm gonna learn, but he never gets better. And Otis is kind of afraid he's gonna turn into his dad. It's someone who doesn't care about people's feelings, someone who just does whatever he wants because of his selfish desires to be with someone. Thinks they always deserve better than what they have, as he said. Like he deserved better than both Ola and Maeve. And then he sees the season 2 finale. There's a scene I love, because Otis's dad writes those like books about masculinity, being like, masculinity is in crisis and everything.
I remember you like mentioning saying that like they turn him into like a critical drinker type thing.
Yeah,
I don't remember him being like that. And I saw the book title. I was like, yeah, that's drinker.
Yeah, and it's great because they talk about it, and he says like, no, Otis, you're a good man, and I'm a dick, like a grade A dick. You're man asshole, but you are a good man, and all you need to do is like care, find the person you care about, the ones that really make you feel happy, and hold on to them, not let them go, because a lot, in his life, Otis's dad has let a lot of people go, people he cared about, just because he's trying to get something better, trying to get a fix, basically, because he's a sex addict. And yeah, he also says, also don't read this fucking book, which shows his book. Like, yeah, no, my book is shit. I love that he says that to Otis. Right after that, if someone shows up and he's like, oh my god, can you take a photo with me? It's like, yeah, sure. Because this kind of shows like Otis's dad isn't gonna learn. He knows what's wrong with him, but he's not gonna try to change. Which is why what you were saying about him telling Jakob in season 3, being like, if my mom dies, I don't wanna be with my dad. Because it shows like how he doesn't trust his dad, and he knows his dad is not going to change, is not going to try to be better. Which is like basically, what that scene in season 2 is showing. It's like his dad just isn't willing to do it. He knows what he has to do, but he's not willing to put himself through doing it. And so Otis records an apology, a voicemail apology to Maeve, being like, you know what, I'm so proud of you. I'm so sorry for the way I treated you. Like, I was wrong. You're not selfish. You're the most selfless person I know. Which is true. She is. And so, yeah, I really like the idea of like showing him like slowly becoming his dad after he has the episode where him and his dad like go to the go camping, his dad and Eric, because sorry, I'm trying to gather my thoughts. Because it's kind of like he sees his dad again and he's like, oh, I really thought he was here to see me, which is when in fact he was just there because he's getting divorced and had basically nowhere to go, so he wanted to come back to just do that. So like he basically sees what his dad is, and he's afraid that he could become his dad, that he could get into that sense, and like that fear is what gets him to act that way. Because he even says when he breaks up with Ola, because Ola told Otis that, which is a very sitcom classic trope of being like, hey, if you want to be with me, you can't be friends with Maeve anymore. And he said, no, I can't talk to you anymore, Maeve. He says that to her, after she said that she was in love with him, just so that, he could make Ola feel good. But when like the next time he sees Ola, right after he tells Maeve he can't see her anymore, Ola breaks up with him. And so he thinks like, basically like, oh fuck, really? I just did this for you. And now like you're dumping me. Like I did the right thing. I wasn't a cheater like my dad. I didn't want to get with him, with Maeve. I didn't do what my dad does, and I still was fucked over. And so he treats Ola and Maeve badly, because it starts becoming more his dad because he was trying to avoid it, which is a very classic like story trope, not trope, but story idea of like you become the thing you fear because you fear it. It's the Star Wars has that with the dark side actually. So yeah, that's season 2. So what happens in season 3? Otis stops caring about everything, and starts dating Ruby, as I mentioned, but that part I've already mentioned. So he apologized to Maeve. Maeve never got the message because Isaac, who we mentioned previously, very in passing, he deleted the message because he thinks Maeve deserves better than Otis. She thinks that she should be with him, and she thinks that Otis, like the way he treated her, was terrible, and that he doesn't understand what she's gone through, which not really. He doesn't really, because of Maeve's past, and Isaac really does understand because of his past, as we'll get to. But I'm just establishing that because it's an important plot point. We'll talk about Isaac when we talk about Maeve. And so, because Maeve basically ignored him for months, he thought she didn't accept her apology, and he thought like, why should I care when caring only gets only makes me hurt? If I don't care about anything, there's nothing that can hurt me. And so he's basically like, he doesn't get involved at all with anything. He doesn't do the sex clinic. He's not he's not involved with the play, not the play, the presentation that Jackson makes to Stand Up to Hope. Nothing about that. He doesn't get involved at all until like Eric gets back, and it's like, and Jackson asks, hey, can you like man the computers, basically? And Eric's like, yes, we will do that. Like, Jesus, so just let's at least do that. but he doesn't get involved in like presenting it or any of it, like standing up to Hope throughout the season. He's asked a few times about it, but he just doesn't do anything. He says it's not my fight. Like it's out of my hands. It's something he says a lot. It's like it's not his responsibility. That's what he says a lot. Yeah. But then in episode 5, Maeve kisses him when they're in France because she asks like what the message said. And they finally like basically make up in that sense of like her forgiving him. She kind of had already forgiven because Isaac had told her that he had deleted the message. Like hearing it from Otis and seeing how much he cared, she was like, "Did you mean the message?" He's like, "Of course I did." And then they kiss. And that's kind of like the catalyst of like Otis beginning to care, but he still doesn't really, because when Maeve's mom she kidnaps her daughter, Otis like brings Maeve to her sister's adopted mom's home, where adoptive mom, not adopted mom. You don't adopt a mom. I swear, Iron Sky killed me. Okay, yeah, he basically gets in like a pissing contest with Isaac, trying to see who's like helping more, who's better for Maeve, rather than actually just being there supporting Maeve like emotionally, just trying to be like, oh, see, I'm better than you. I'm trying to help the police officer ask the correct questions and everything. And so that's when Maeve says like, you stopped caring to him. Says that he stopped caring ever since it all happened. It's like not caring is easier. But then after the presentation in 307, Otis kind of like regains his passion for like caring about people, and he even says, well, he basically regains it for a couple of reasons. Like after the presentation, he feels very inspired, and Eric says, "This all started because of you, right? Because you help people, because you got people talking about their problems." And that makes Otis go talk to Lily to be like, you know what? It's just the conversation I mentioned earlier of being like, you shouldn't let people bully you. And, I know that it's easier to shut people out rather than, let them in, because it, hurts less. But at the same time, if you do that, it hurts a lot more. You don't have anything, you don't have anyone, nothing they care about. And then he goes and talks to Maeve at her after she already rescued her sister. He's like, you know what? I'm sorry, like, for the way I treated you. It's just like I thought that I didn't care about things, but because of the sex clinic, I realized that I did, and that you made me realize that. And even if we don't want to be together, just let's do the clinic again, because I just want to be with you. Like, she made him realize he actually doesn't want to be the guy in the corner, the guy that people don't perceive. He is actually someone who likes being liked, likes helping people. And it's part of his arc that season, which I really like, is the conversations he has with his mom about like being a therapist, being a good therapist. He has in that like final scene of the season, of being like I don't know what makes me like helping people. I just do, just like that rush of connection, which is why he wants to be able to do the clinic again. But that he stopped because he wasn't friends with Maeve anymore. So yeah, I really like that entire journey of like him learning to care again, because he was hurt and he wasn't allowing himself to feel in the same way that his dad also like resorts to like other things to get himself not to care. But the difference between them, which is very clear, is how Otis's dad is like, he's a sex addict. He always jumps from one thing to the next. He makes a book about things if it says don't read this book, it's like he doesn't believe in what he's saying. Otis, the way he did it was get into a relationship with Ruby that was, in his own words, casual, just having sex kind of to like for pleasure, not really care about anything. But he mentions it to Maeve that he's in a casual relationship with Ruby, and it's like he mentions it to Eric, and but Maeve says like, I don't think you're the casual relationship kind of type. Like it's not, it doesn't sound like you. And he asks his mom. His mom says the same. Like, I don't think casual is your thing. And so like he ends up making his relationship with Ruby more serious, which obviously does end up hurting Ruby. and himself in that sense of like breaking up with her, thinking he hurt her for even though like it wasn't his idea. I've already mentioned about like the I love you thing and whatnot. Um, of how he of like even when he tries to shut himself off, he can't really like that's the difference I feel with him and his dad is that he needs that connection. He can't like run away and shut himself off entirely. He tries, but he always ends up like coming back to something that is more that still relies on that connection with other people. Which I think maybe it's not the differences, maybe just like what points in life they are basically, where Otis isn't willing to just like fully let go of feeling things when his dad has already been through so much that he's become way more cynical than Otis. And Otis, if he went down that path, maybe he would become his dad, but he doesn't. So I really like as a show of like him being so far removed from the way his dad thinks by the end of the season, realizing that it's like a concrete thing that he says to Jakob, like, yeah, if my mom dies, I don't want to live with my dad. And I fucking love the line from Jakob. It's like, I know I'm not your dad, but I'm not going
Yeah,
anywhere. It's like, oh yeah,
that's the line that honest to God actually got me to tear up.
yeah, I love that line.
Like like I don't know. It's just I guess it's my own relationship with my dad. How that's complicated in itself, but just him stepping in just for when Otis needs him, and like
Mm.
as we find out, even though it might not be his, like I don't know. It's
He
just
still
as
cares
someone
about
who,
Otis, and it
yeah,
even in season 2, even before Jean was pregnant, there was a bit of a fatherly relationship between them, where
yes,
which has Otis a few times saying you're not my dad. At the same time, the same thing that happens with Ola saying you're not my mom to Jean.
it's just
Of him being like trying to help Otis, trying to talk to him, like especially in season 2, but in 207, he apologizes to Jakob for the way he treated him and said, I know I didn't do your relationship with my mom any favors. I'm just, I'm an only child. I'm trying to learn, to not be that spoiled, that entitled. Um, and then Jakob says, you're not a bad person, which is what gets Otis to go and talk to his dad, which is like, yeah, it's Jakob being like, you're not a bad person. And Otis realizing, like, I need to know, like, how my dad works, I can be like, change. I cannot become him. I can become the good person that Jakob believes I am. So that was already like a fatherly connection even before like any of the stuff in season 3.
yeah, it's just someone from comes from as someone who comes from a divorced household. It cut deep for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of like this. There's different relationships people have with their parents in the show that I feel like a lot of people will be able to relate to. Like I don't have any specific relationships that I relate to in here, but I feel like there's a lot of um different topics that I think the different types of parents that are very easy to connect to in that sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, I love that line. I love like Otis like finally like rejecting his his dad and the way he is and being like, no, I don't want to be like him. I want to be, like you, Jakob. He doesn't say it explicitly, but that's the idea. Being like, I don't want my dad. And he says it to Jakob because he wants Jakob to stay, but he doesn't want to say it explicitly because, it's hard to open up like that. So yeah, I like it. And then he's with Maeve until Maeve has to move to the US in the finale. So he's with her for one episode. So he's only with her theoretically. I guess they kiss and then he has to go to the hospital because his mom's dying. And then he goes home. Maeve shows up. Is like, oh, I gotta move now. So yeah, that was great. It's like, yeah, we waited 3 seasons for them to get together, and they aren't together yet. It's very classic. Just like prolonging when the characters are gonna get together. Like How Much Your Mother did with Robin and Ted, or Friends did with Rachel and Ross. Um, which is fine, I think, because like it all makes sense. It's just like, yeah, it is what it is. It is what they're doing. Um,
Yeah,
so,
I also just like
sorry, go on.
with Otis as well. Just like there's just the sort of irony that he's like, giving out all this like sex like advice, and he's like good at it, but he's also like very like strongly repressed in
Oh yeah.
himself.
Oh yeah,
Because like,
there's a lot in season one that they tackle about the idea of him finding sex kind of a traumatic thing because of what happened with his dad, uh, with how he he was the one who caught his dad cheating on his mom. He was having sex with his dad was having sex with his patient, and he saw that. He was like, wait, why were they, mom? Why were the dad and that lady naked? I saw their bums, and Gene is like, well, do you know what sex is? Sex is when you put a penis in a vagina, which is also like very reductive. But like Jean at that moment, she's mad. She just doesn't want to show it to Otis, which is something I like about that scene. Is there's very subtle things, like it shows how Jean is part of why Otis has the trauma around sex, because she says sex can be a wonderful thing. Oh yeah, he said like when you put a penis in a vagina, and then Otis says, "Does it hurt?" And she says, "Not necessarily." She says, "It can. Sex can be wonderful, but it can also uh, like destroy things. Like that causes Otis to have like a very repressed and bad point of view about sex because it makes him think that sex is just this evil thing that tore his his mom and dad apart. And that if he does
yeah,
it, unless you do it correctly, you're gonna have you're gonna like end up destroying things, as his mom said. So yeah.
yeah. It just ends up putting such an intense level of pressure on him to the point where you can't even like masturbate without
Yeah.
like it literally just can't because it just freaks him out too much. He ends up just like flashing back to that sort of time. So it's just
Yeah, like when he tries to have sex with Lily, he has a panic attack. Yeah.
yeah.
But
They're
then he
really
has
good
sex.
with getting past that.
Yeah. And it's interesting because he has sex with Ruby when he's drunk, so he doesn't really remember it, but it kind of takes the pressure off it. 'Cause it's like, wow, I'm not a virgin anymore, and I slept with the coolest girl in school. And that's why in season three he can get in a relationship with Ruby and have sex with her like commonly, it's because he kind of took the fear away from sex. He saw it isn't like the big bad thing that you know, that a lot of people think it is. That he thought it was actually, not a lot of people. So
Yeah,
yeah.
it does. It just sort of really like reflects just like what the show's about and like and all that. When one of the episodes, or I think it's even like one of the seasons, literally just ends with him finally masturbating.
Oh yeah, season one ends with him masturbating.
Mhm.
It's the last scene. Season one. It's great. It's
Yeah,
because like he's gotten in a relationship with Doll, and he's finally like, I think he's like kind of like finally figuring himself out. And he's like, okay, let's do it. And he does. Like, oh my god, this feels good. This feels good. It's like I love the way they shoot it because you can see his reaction. He's like testing it out. And he's like, okay, let's do this. And he's like, oh, this feels good. It's great. He's fucking levitating out of the bed as well, like the Jesse shot from Breaking
Yeah, I
Bad.
was gonna say, but Jesse Pinkman shot.
Yeah. Yeah, which they do a lot of those types of shots, like when he's trying to masturbate in the bathroom because he got a hard on from Maeve touching his eyebrows, and he tries to masturbate in the school bathroom, and he's like moving, like he's basically like moving down a tunnel, like that's what they turned the bathroom stall into, and then when he realizes he can't, he starts alphabetizing his vinyl collection to get the hard on to go away. He starts going back. It's really cool.
yeah. And then the next season he turns into me, and he's just doing it constantly.
Oh yeah, he's masturbating so much he's afraid that his penis doesn't work, which
Oh,
is why he's having problems with
yeah,
Ola.
he says he's masturbated so much that his penis has ran out of erection.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, which is also like it exemplifies us. He's not fully moved away from the fear of sex and how it's still a big thing for him. That he doesn't. He's still, even though he is the one talking about it, he's the one trying to take away that idea of sex being like this terrible thing when he does the sex clinic. He still has those ideas ingrained in him. Like he knows what he should believe, but he doesn't. And it's kind of hard for him to take his mind off it. So yeah,
Yeah, again,
it is
just
interesting.
like with Adam, just it's like just trying to moving past that sort of thing takes a lot of time.
Yeah, a lot of ideas are ingrained in your mind, even if you know that they're wrong. It's hard to like detach from them. And I know that as a trans person who was
Mm,
masculine presenting for a long time and who has a real relationship with masculinity because of my dad. So yeah,
yeah.
yeah, I can relate. Tin. Yeah. So anyway, Maeve Wiley, you guys start talking about her. I really need to pee. I believe in you.
Oh,
Okay, so
she's hot.
yes, very much so. And okay, so just like from the beginning, so we basically just start. She's introduced as very much like the black sheep of the school. It's like everyone makes fun of her. Like she doesn't have any real friends outside of Amy, and everyone's always making jokes about all these like sexual things she's done in the past, which is
Yeah,
yeah
like the
very
rumors
rude.
that she, like the rumor that she, I don't know, bit someone's knob, and everyone just calls her cockbatter.
Yep, and it's very realistic. That's the sort of thing that definitely happens in schools because the kids are weird.
Yeah,
And
teenagers are bastards.
yeah, and uh, so yeah, as a result, she's just sort of pushed everyone away to a significant extent. No one. She doesn't let anyone get close. And then, it's been mentioned before about all the stuff with Adam happens, and then she sort of sees Otis's abilities as a sex therapist, and she comes up with this money making idea to do
I'm back, by the
more
way.
of that. Oh, hi.
Hello.
And so yeah, they just sort of create this. Yeah, they just start doing the sex therapy together, and just sort of slowly getting closer to Otis as, but well, so but like they both have these sort of feelings that they're not willing to admit, but the way they both see like they're starting to become friends, and which is especially big for her because like I said, it's like she just doesn't let anyone get close because of the way she's treated.
Yeah. Well, it's
And
interesting because
yeah,
I don't. I'm not going to interrupt you. You're doing well. I want to interject with this idea. It's because I feel like the way her relationship with people in general is very interesting because it's not in the sense of like just the way she was. Obviously, like her past has to do with it, but she even says when you know Otis asks why she doesn't want to be Jackson's girlfriend. She says like, I don't like boyfriends. I don't do boyfriends. And asks why. She says, "Oh, it's just one more person to let you down, isn't it?" Because like everyone in her life has let her down, but the way she treats people is that she always gives them a second chance. She doesn't want to, and she hates doing it because she knows that people will let her down. But she gives her mom a second chance. She gives her brother second chance, third chance, however many chances that was. She gives Otis a few chances as well. He ends up hurting her. She gives Isaac a second chance as well after he deletes the voicemail. It's because she is, as I said when I was talking about Otis, and he calls her like the most selfish person he knows. She is the most selfless person I know because she's always willing to help other people. She's always willing to give other people a second chance, even though it might hurt her, because she's like, that's just who she is. That's her personality. But it's not but like she doesn't want to let people win because she knows they will disappoint her, but she also wants to let people win because she loves that connection she gets with people, but she pretends that she doesn't because it's, as Otis said, it's easier not to care. It's why in season 1 she's always like the mean girl that no one knows, nobody likes, but when she's with Jackson, she actually likes it. She likes him and she's willing to be his girlfriend. It's why she says yes when he asks her, even though it's super cheesy and he fucking sings a song, in front of the whole school for her. She finds it charming because she actually does like the type, that big rom-com gesture. She just doesn't want to admit that she likes it. She doesn't want to admit these vulnerabilities because it means that people can exploit her for it, as the people in her life have. So I guess just developing on her point.
yeah, and yeah, that happens as well. Like she gets with Jackson, and at first it's just like it's whatever. We're just fucking. It's no big deal. And then obviously Jackson gets that advice from Otis and does that whole big gesture, and she finds it charming and like says yes and goes, and they end up like together.
She doesn't say yes. She says "you dickhead," and then she kisses
Oh.
Jackson. But yeah, she says yes in spirit. I just love the way that is because something I hate is when shows. Because like How Much Your Mother does that when like in season like 5, Barney is getting like classes from how to be with Robin because Ted used to date Robin, and Barney has never been like a boyfriend, and he's telling Barney about like Robin's mannerisms and like her usual whatever way she treats her boyfriends and whatnot. And he says like, oh, she's never gonna say like I love you. She's gonna say like you idiot, which is not how it is. Like there was an entire episode about her saying I love you to Ted in season 2. But whatever. How much about the contradictions aside, I hate when shows kind of point out those like kind of quirks because it kind of makes you value less noticing it. Because for example, with her, the way she is of like saying you dickhead, you know what it means. You don't need a character to point out that she doesn't say that she cares about people. She just says you dickhead. You can notice that from the way she's acting. And it especially annoys me How I Met Your Mother because that was never shown in any episode that she says you idiot when she's gonna say I love you. So it's like completely retconning something instead of using something that was already established subtly. Because you know that the way Maeve treats people, and especially because she has, I mentioned her cute little shy smile, she usually does it when she's not looking at someone. She hides the fact she likes things. So Otis may say something and she's annoyed at it. She makes a joke out of it. It's like, oh, you moron. But she fucking, smiles at it. She likes it. She likes the way Otis treats her. She likes hanging out with Otis and hanging out with Jackson, like the way he was reading Virginia Woolf in front of her. She smiled, just trying to hold her smile because she was like, oh my god, does he actually like this? And she left because she's always trying to avoid that. She doesn't want people see her being vulnerable, which I've already said. I forgot what my main point was. What were we talking about?
No, just saying that like when her and Jackson like get together.
Oh yeah, when they get together, yeah. So it's like her saying you dickhead and kissing him. It's kind of like you know exactly what it means. And Jackson plays with it a little bit, a few times, right? When they're together, and he says like, "Oh, do you want to meet my parents?" And she says, "Maybe." He says, "Okay, it's a date." And then she's like, "I said maybe." It's like, "What? I can't hear you." He's making fun of that because he knows that maybe for her is yes, but he doesn't need to, say to the audience, "Oh, instead of saying yes, she's gonna say maybe." It's like no, he's showing it in a way that's the show's showing it in a way that's very natural, which I like. It's just like subtle and not calling attention to something that's like obvious if you actually do pay attention to
it. Yeah, and they do have a good thing for a while. Like they do like generally sort of care for each other and all that. And but yeah, just but when that, oh yeah, and her brother as well resurfaces, and then that's at that point we sort of learn a bit more about her past, where
yeah, her brother comes back and he's funny and cool, but there's a bit of an issue that he's a drug dealer and he tries selling drugs at her school during a dance.
Yeah, and he's just not reliable because
he could skip town at any moment, which he does.
Yeah, and which is what he did in the first place as well. He just disappeared without ever saying anything.
Yeah, and then he comes back without saying anything as well. He's like, "Oh, if you do that again, I'll cut your balls off," and he does it again. I assume he's not going to show up, otherwise he would lose his balls. So
that's it. By the end of the season, it gets it gets rougher because she finds out, but basically just Jackson and Otis were working behind her back, Otis was basically selling information about her to him, like trying to get him to like her.
I think she said like it's why she doesn't let people in. It's exactly that kind of thing. Like the people exploit her, they use what they know about her to do that. It's like it's what feels so bad about the way it happened to her because she thought she built a genuine connection with Otis and with Jackson, but it was all like manipulated and fabricated.
Yeah, and her brother leaves town again as well. So there's that time where it just seems like she doesn't really have anyone. She like the few people she's grown close to have either betrayed her or just left. And I'm getting weak on the details.
Oh well, it's basically just there's the scene where Amy shows up at her place, and they like hang out, and Amy's just like doing Amy things, just saying silly Amy things, and it's just like showing that she still has the connection with Amy, which I really do like their friendship. Just being like, I'm always gonna be here for you. You know, if you're the boyfriend, she even says in season 3, like, you know, I know you have no mom, and my mom kind of sucks too, so we could be each other's moms, which is just such a stupid thing to say, but it's so Amy. It's great. Or like their friendship, which is really nice. It's like showing like you know, I know you're hurting, but I'm always gonna be here to help you. I'll be there for you when the rain starts to pour. You know. I hope people got that reference. It's a Friends joke, people.
I should hope so.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, so that's kind of it. That's kind of the end. And she sees she gets Otis's letter. She goes to his place. She sees him kissing Ola in front of his house, and she's like, "Oh, I hurt. Oh yeah, she was also kicked out of school because she took the fall for her brother selling drugs. She's like, no, it wasn't him, it was me. She also, which is something interesting, because she was, you know, she was mad at Otis by then. She also covered for him. It's like, no, Otis had nothing to do with it, which again shows how like she really does care about people. She still cares about Otis despite like the way he treated her and, you know, betraying her trust. She still wants to like protect him because she does care about him, which is part of what I said, you know, what I said about her, like really caring about people, really wanting to give them a second chance. She's still trying to protect Otis, and she always tries to protect people because she thinks, you know, they deserve it. Like she tries to help and protect like Ruby with the fucking vagina photo, you know, even though she's a terrible person, because she says like, you know, I've gone through the same thing, because she's Maeve's called the cockbiter, which is a story that was like made up about her, and Ruby even calls her that a lot, but it's not. You know, it's she still wants to protect Ruby from going down like the same fate, which is, you know, again showing how much she cares, even if she puts on a facade of not caring.
Yeah, because she understands that school kids are just vicious pieces of shit sometimes, and
Yeah,
she's just, because from her perspective, no one really deserves to go through that, not even like someone like Ruby. So it's like, yeah, because that's what, yeah, she is at the end of the day just a really sort of selfless person.
yeah. And then in season 2, she finds a way to manipulate Mr. Groff into letting her go back to school. In a fantastic way. She also sees her mom again. Her mom shows up in the place she's been working with the kid, the baby. She's like, "Oh my god, it's a baby." I'm like, yeah, that is a baby. And we realized that her mom had a child with her sponsor from, you know, AA, which is very good. It's very, you know, which to be fair, it's not her current sponsor, but it was her previous one. But yeah, she says, I've been clean for like 6 months. I've been doing better now or not. And after trying a lot, she does end up getting Maeve to give her a second chance and let her live with her. She says, you know, I'm going to get a job and we're going to be able to like move to it. No, that's what the brother says. But yeah, so I'm going to get a nice job and we're going to, you know, be able to live properly. I'm not going to abandon you. Which, yeah, that's cool. And she meets Isaac in season 2, which is a kid in a wheelchair who had an accident when he was a kid, when he fell down a tree. He ended up losing most of his motor function, I think is what you'd call it, where he can't move his legs, his arms don't really move properly as well. He doesn't have full motor control. So yeah, that's Isaac, and he has a brother as well, who is barely in the show. He's just there to be like, yo, you're in love with Maeve, and like fart sometimes. I'm not joking, that does happen a few times. And so yeah, Isaac, I really like Isaac. He's introduced as like basically having the same personality as Maeve, like insulting everyone and, you know, making fun of them no matter who they are. It's kind of what gets Maeve to kind of you know, start feeling attracted to him, is that idea of like they are so similar, and they are because of like their similar past, because, you know, his parents used to also be junkies and her mom also used to be a junkie, and they kind of share their experience of like, as he says, like if you know that the people who are supposed to care for you, you know, they just don't, that changes you as a person. And I don't think Otis understands that. He says, which is true. He doesn't. And they kind of bond over that, over those experiences, over Maeve's mom trying to get clean and everything, but then there's that time where she does slip up and she starts doing drugs again, which is just like, obviously it's hard to like blame an addict because it's not really their fault, but at the same time, it just means that she's not able to take care of Maeve's sister, Elsie, and so Maeve calls the cops. The cops calls like child services or something to be like, yeah, you're gonna have to take this child away from my mom. She's not fit to take care of her, which obviously causes Maeve's mom to hate her. But it is the correct decision at the end of the day, and that makes Isaac kind of comfort Maeve in that, and that's when they get like super close. They don't like kiss or anything until season 3, but yeah, they get super close because of that. Especially because Isaac was the one that like saw Maeve's mom, like skipping work and going back to do something in the caravan that he couldn't see, and then him and his brother went to see if they could find like a syringe or something, and they found heroin hidden there. So yeah, big rip for Maeve's mom, and it just shows how Maeve is willing to give another chance. For example, like she tells her mom like, oh, if you fuck up again, you're gonna get kicked out. I don't care. And she was hiding at first, not that she was doing drugs again, which I think we don't know exactly when she started doing drugs again because we never see her doing it. But there's a time where she's hiding that she lost her job from Maeve, and she's like, if you lie to me again, you're out. I'm just gonna kick you out. And like that was already after giving her a chance to be with her. So it's like Maeve's always wanting to give people more chances because she always wants them to honor their word, do what would actually be good for her, for Maeve herself, but they never do. And she's always like hurting herself because she's trying to help other people. And her mom, I think, is the biggest one of her like trying and trying until she's just like, okay, I can't. I need to call child services. Because she does really get really close to her mom as the season goes on. So yeah. I kind of took over from Zod. I'm sorry. I did not mean to do that, but I guess it happened. Is there much to say about season 2? Oh yeah, in terms of Otis, he has the way he treated her at the party, which obviously hurt her a lot, and she doesn't get the message in Isaac. Well, I already explained Isaac's character that the reason he deletes the message is because he wants to protect her from being with Otis because she thinks Otis isn't good enough for her when he doesn't understand everything that entails living with a parent who's like coming from families that like fuck you up like theirs did for Maddox especially. He says like, we've gone through so much of the same shit, I didn't want to lose you. Which is very interesting how many times you have like Otis and Isaac say like, I didn't want to lose you. I wanted you in my life. Like I can't live without you. Which I can relate to. I would also be like that with Emma Mackey, but like Maeve especially, like as a character, is just like someone that they feel comfortable with because she is so willing to like call people on their bullshit and be like brutally honest with them. But at the same time, she really does appreciate like the imperfect parts of people. Like when Otis is like, he's at the pool and he had his erection. He doesn't tell her he had an erection. He's like, oh, let's go. Then he doesn't leave the pool. And then she's like, wait, aren't you going to go? You're the one who said let's go. I was like, nope, I'm going to stay here. She's like, you're compellingly odd, Milburn. And she smiles, while looking away. And it's like, yeah, she likes the way the people were weird and unconventional. And, they're the small imperfections which are what make up people. And it's why I think these people like her so much, is because she's not only willing to understand these flaws that they have, but like accept them and actually see it as a quality of who they are. Like she does with Amy. Like Amy tells like stories that are insane. She's like, instead of like making fun of her, she's just like, your stories are always so interesting, Amy. And it's like, thank you. Like not knowing that she's saying it as if like, oh my god, your stories make no sense. Because she is just that kind of person. you can tell why like it's so easy to love Maeve as a character because she's so complex, especially as a character who like starts and is always like has the personality of like wanting of like just not wanting to get close to people, just being like, yo, fuck you, having the like no shits given personality. You know, which also fits with like her punk identity of always dressing the way she does and like listening to the music she does. But at the same time, she is not like the stereotype you'd think of like someone who looks like her in that show. And who even behaves that way because she's the exact opposite. She just uses it as like a defense mechanism, which is a just much more interesting, I think, than just having like another mean girl type. You know, it just like doesn't get in any group or whatever, which would be like, I guess, Eleanor in The Good Place before she died. That kind of character. So yeah. And now season 3. Well, season 3, she ends up getting with Isaac at some point. Oh yeah, that's after. So like she kisses him, and she's like, "Oh, you know." Oh yeah, she kisses him. He's like, "Oh, let me tell you something." He tells her about like deleting the message. And fuck, I'm trying to remember how they end up making up. Does it have something to do with her mom? I think it probably might.
I can't remember.
I can't actually remember.
So like, okay, so in season 3, because Maeve called child services, her sister Elsie was taken, and she was with an adoptive parent, which Maeve ends up really liking, but not at first. She's like, oh, you know, she's really nice, but you know, she thinks she knows it all, she knows everything and whatnot. Like, she treats her really well, and she thinks it's kind of like a performance. Basically, she thinks like it's not genuine, and she's just trying to manipulate Maeve or something. And but she ends up warming up to her because she is a really nice lady, Elsie's adoptive mom. And well, Maeve's mom ends up, Erin, that's her name, Maeve's mom, Erin, she ends up kidnapping her child from her adoptive mother because she's like, man, we should. He's like, nah, you know, she's not gonna love you as much as I do, and you know, being like, just like thinking that she's being taken from her. When it's also like, you know, when like Maeve tells her, it's like, oh, we can't, like you can't take care of her, you just can't, and you know, I don't remember the adoptive mom's name. Like, she's really nice and she can care for Elsie, and she has like she's not gonna like take bad care of her. She's not gonna hurt her. Which you might, which is very hard for Maeve to say. It's very hard for Erin to accept the idea that she's just like not a good fit to be Elsie's mom. Which is very interesting how the show deals with that like addiction side of like parenthood, because I mean, obviously addiction is a very nuanced topic, and how like, you know, that's slip up from her in season 2, and the way it's like you could tell, you know, there's many times that they call attention to it in season 2, how Elsie wasn't being properly looked after by Erin, like not washing her clothes, not, you know, taking care of the home and everything because she was on drugs. And so, you know, you could tell like she actually can't care for her. And because Maeve ended up like getting close and liking Elsie's new mom, she actually asks Maeve if she wants to move in with her by the end of the season. Like, you know, move away from the fucking caravan, not having to, you know, look after herself like she always had, like actually having someone who can look after her, which is like a first for Maeve, when she had never had that in her life. She's always looked after her, you know, herself. She's always had to pay for her living. She's always had to pay for her own gas, and it's like, it is a lot. It's part of why she started the clinic with Otis, is because she needed to make money. It's part of why she, you know, did all those essays for other people, because she needed to make money, because she needs to pay for where she lives, because, you know, she has no parents that can do that for her. And so, but in she asks that after Maeve brings Elsie back, and so Erin shows up at Maeve's school, and she gives her the money for Maeve to go to the aptitude scheme in America. And like, you know, just take it. Like, I've never been able to take care of you. Just take it so I can do this one thing for you. And Maeve is like, I feel, you know, Elsie's new mom, asked me to live with her, and I kind of feel like I'm leaving you behind. And the line I really love from Aaron is being like, "No, I left you behind. Like you need to look after yourself. I can't look after you. So just take the money and do whatever you want, and you don't need to care about me because I'm gonna be okay. You just, you take care of yourself. She's gonna take care of you the way I should," which is just like a very interesting take on like his family because it's like it's Maeve's half sister, and Maeve not really knowing she exists until like she's a few years old, and then she shows up, and she's like she needs to be Elsie's mom because her mom is slacking, and she's getting back on drugs and having to deal with that, and then a new mom that she actually kind of ends up liking because she finally gets someone that can actually look after her and opening herself up, which is how Maeve finally kind of like accepts to be with Otis, is realizing that like she can actually be a bit vulnerable because she was with Elsie's new mom, and she, that caused her to be able to like get actually a relationship that doesn't hurt her, that doesn't like disappoint her. So she can open herself up and actually be rewarded for it, even though like throughout her life it's never happened before. It's the first time that it does. Um, I'm talking a lot. If any of you want to interject, you can just do it. Um,
Um,
we're gonna say something, Zad?
uh,
Oh,
there
were you
is
just saying?
there is one scene I do like in particular, which is it's not necessarily specifically relevant to her, but like it's with Isaac, and
when she has sex with him.
yeah, it's just like
I love that scene. So.
yeah, I just like that depiction of it, just like sort of
Yeah.
really unique, because like he doesn't.
Yeah. So it's for
work
context,
properly.
yeah, he's paralyzed from like chest down basically, and she asked, can you feel anything? Like, can you have sex? It says I can get hard, and she asks like, it's basically explaining how he can feel things. It's a very, I really love that moment because it's so intimate on the sense of like they don't need to have sex to be intimate, and so he says like, just touching me in areas that I can feel helps, if you want to have sex. And she just like starts like kissing his face, his neck, his nose, his forehead, and touching him, just like moving his hands across his, the parts of his body that he can feel. And it is depicted as a very like romantic. It is just them having sex basically, but it isn't like showing anything, but it's still sex, and it's still like I think it's like similar to what we were saying about Lily and Ola, of just like, sex doesn't need to be one specific thing, and we can actually do it, in a way that satisfies both of us, and he's just like being intimate with him. Just like that's the kind of intimacy that I find super interesting because it's not just like them having sex in a like normal sense. The sex is supposed to like do something for their emotional relationship as well as just like physical pleasure. So it's why it's like such a really interesting showcase of it, as well as just like showing that people who are in wheelchairs, people who have paralysis, are people as well who can have sex. Just like normalizing it, which is something I really like. Like I don't think Isaac is ever treated as lesser because he is in a wheelchair. It's just like an aspect of him.
Yeah, it's just
And
like,
he even
that
makes
particular.
jokes out of his own wheelchair a few times.
Yeah, it's just like that scene is like no, well, like, it's not hotter than like a lot of like actual like sex scenes because just like that level of intimacy. Honestly, it's like
Yeah, it's
they
like
do a really good job of depicting it.
I kind of agree with that. I kind of find it way harder, like a level of intimacy that's like actual intimacy rather than just having sex. Like it's gonna, well, whatever. We've talked a lot about sex. When like watching porn, I really don't like porn that's just like, oh, they get straight to the sex, and like I know the joke of like, I watch I watch porn for the plot, but I do find the idea of like the emotional intimacy, being way more important than the sexual like physical gratification, which is why that scene is so important, so sexy, I guess, so hot in a sense, is because of it. Is because if it's showing a sort of intimacy that's way bigger than if they just like started fucking, because like the
Yeah,
opening scene of the show is Adam and Amy having sex, just like Amy's tits bouncing and everything. It's like I don't find that hot, and I don't find that in any way like intimate, and it's not supposed to be intimate because Adam can't come and he can pay attention to it because everything that's on his mind that's dealt with in that episode, and Amy's just like performing something so that she can get Adam to enjoy himself and not caring about her own like desires and pleasure. So
Yeah, it's
if
like
you
you
compare
said.
the two, is like one is like very performative, or just like having sex like on a like emotionless, feelingless level, rather than what the Isaac and Maeve seem.
Yeah, it's like what you said about like the porn thing. It's like, especially when it's like professional, like company made stuff, where it's just like, right, but just like physically like doing the stuff, and it's like, it just because there's just not no level of like care or intimacy there. It just feels a lot less.
Feels very cold. Yeah.
Feels like less human.
Yeah.
Whereas we've got the more intimate stuff. It's like something you can actually like latch onto.
Yeah.
So it's just, I don't know, it's a lot more appealing.
Yeah. Yeah, I really love that scene. It shows a lot about Maeve's character, that she's just like not willing, she wants to, she likes doing it, she likes pleasing Isaac the way he can feel it, rather than just doing it for her own pleasure, which is just like,
Yeah,
that
it
is her
just
character.
shows a
She
lot.
wants to please people, she wants them to feel good, people she cares about.
Yeah, it shows a lot about her patience and understanding, because like instead of just like fucking, I don't know, just going straight for the dig, it's like she stops to ask like questions about how it works, so that she can
Not only how it
understand.
works, but how he can get pleasure, not just like, oh, how can I get you hard, just how can I make you feel good, which is very like two different things and very important things that she wants to know.
Yeah, she's very focused on what he actually likes and what works for him, and she's very like patient in like actually trying to do it, which again it does say a lot about like how much she actually cares.
Yeah, we love Maeve.
We do.
Okay, so yeah, she gets with Isaac season 3. Otis and Isaac get into the pissing contest, and and Isaac, the thing I really like is that he's like, he realizes that she wants to be with Otis, and she's like, I don't know who I want to be with. And I really like the line where he says like, you know what, if you're not sure if you want to be with me, like, I'm taking my heart out of the race. Like, I want to be with someone who's sure about being with me. I feel like I deserve that. And so like, he says, it's gonna take a while for us to be friends again, for me to fully like forgive you. But at the same time, he's also like, he's kind of okay with Maeve by the end. He's like, he understands that it's a difficult decision for her. He just thinks he deserves a bit better. So yeah, I do really like Isaac. He has the kind of the same, I think, emotional maturity that Maeve does in a lot of it, which like is not something that Otis has. Something that really lacks Otis is like the maturity of dealing with like real issues. Which is always like very, very apparent, and it takes a while for him to learn it. Like he even says like with with Jakob, the way, no, not the way Jakob, the way he treated his mom. Because in season 3, he's like, oh, mom, you're fucking, you ruin everything and whatnot. He's like, oh, that was the last thing he said to her before she, almost died, and he was worried that that was going to be the last thing he ever said to her. And that stupid fight about like nothing. And he said, when Jean later then says, like, he's apologizing, she says like, oh, I always, I treat you like a child, but you're a young man, I shouldn't do that. He says, no, but I am a child, and I've acted like a child. So yeah, Otis really does lack that emotional maturity that like Maeve really does have, because she kind of had to like grow up on her own and like be her own parent. She had to mature way earlier than like someone like Otis had, especially because Otis is so entitled from like being an only child, as he often points out. So yeah, I don't know why I went on that Otis tangent, but I guess it's important to establish that, because I kind of like that idea of like, because a lot of like, I think that is interesting in terms of character writing is contrasting characters and how like they react to things, and how that can generate the conflict, and like you can clearly identify why Otis is the source of conflict in a lot of ways. Is because of his childish behavior, even though he like wants to believe and tries to pretend like he's super grown up. He's not, and takes 3 seasons for him to, you know, realize that he's not as mature as he thinks he is. So yeah, I like that. And yeah, so that leaves Maeve to want to be with Otis. And so here's the thing, she, you know, Otis kisses her and everything, and she gets into the aptitude scheme, and her mom gives her the money, but she's like, nah, I'm not gonna go, there's a flight tomorrow, but I'm not gonna go, because she's already thinking like she wasn't gonna go because she didn't have the money, and her mom gave the money. She's like, no, I'm not gonna go because, you know, things are just getting good with Otis finally, after like we've tried so many times to get it to work over the 3 seasons. And like now with Elsie's new mom, like I like her, like she, you know, I want to live with her, I want things to be normal. And I love the way Amy says it, is like, oh, so, what if I were to say no to an opportunity like this because I was because some stupid boy, what were you telling me? And she says, I tell you to get your head out of your ass. And then Amy says, yes. And I'm not talking about as your friend now, I'm talking to you as your new mom. Because, you know, they had the conversation I said earlier about them being each other's mom. Said, you're gonna go to that thing. Yes. And she does, which is why, like, that decision of her leaving and just, like, being the next day is why it happens. It's why she ends up, like, being like, oh, you know, I can't be with Otis. But I do really like it because I don't really know how to explain. Like, I feel really bad because at the same time I wanted them to get together after so long of so much buildup. At the same time, I feel like it is very much in character for Maeve and something she would regret not doing if she were to stay and like, not sabotage, but like hinder her life a bit if she were to stay just because of Otis, just because, you know, of her new life, because that's all going to be here when she gets back in 6 months, a year. It's not, she can't pass on an opportunity that's so good for her, like for future like this, especially when like she fought so hard for it, and it's so been especially hard for her because of her family, because of, you know, getting kicked out of school and everything that's happened to her. So I do feel like it's a decision that it's kind of bittersweet in the sense that it perfectly makes sense. It should happen, and it is a good payoff for her character. At the same time, it is, you know, something that leaves you like, man, can't believe Otis and Maeve aren't gonna get together still. So yeah, that's Maeve, the best character, my favorite character, and the hottest character.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Church just has like a fashion style that I just love.
Me too. I wish I could replicate it,
Yeah.
but I have
I
no
really
money.
want to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially season 1. I've thought about dyeing my hair like hers so many times. But yeah.
I just love like the fishnets and stuff.
Me too. She doesn't wear them as much in seasons 2 and 3, but season 1, yeah. She kind of does change like a lot, I think, and it makes sense because when her mom meets her in season 2, she's like, "Oh man, I used to have my hair just like that when I was your age," and I think she's kind of like trying to get away from being like her mom because, like, kind of like how I said about Otis becoming his dad, she's scared that she's gonna become her mom. So she tries to move away from it, so she dresses like more normally, I guess. That's not the word I want, but it's the one you probably understand it. That it makes sense. Jesus Christ, my brain. No, what I'm gonna say, that's not the word I want, but you can probably understand what I mean by that. That's what I tried to say, but my brain destroyed the words I was trying to get out. And so yeah, which is also like I like it's just a very like good production thing of like having wardrobe reflect like character writing, and complement it, which happens in a lot of good shows, and doesn't happen in a lot of bad shows that don't understand the importance of how characters present themselves, which, you know, this show definitely does, because it has an entire season about, you know, self-expression and how you present yourself, and how that actually is a sign of not only who you are, but, you know, it's important to show who you are and accept yourself as who you are. So you can do a lot and say a lot with how characters present themselves. So yeah. Is that it? Did we do it? I mean, I'm sure there are other characters we could talk about, but I think we covered the most of it.
I think it's also worth pointing out that we've got one season left with a lot of the characters.
Oh yeah, Eric and Maeve aren't going to be in season 5.
That's if they're making a season 5. They haven't
Yeah, we
actually
don't know.
confirmed season 4 is the last one, which I really hope it is.
Yeah, I mean, as far as considering Amy's actress was like, oh, I can't believe she commented on like Shutigat was supposed to be like, I can't believe, I'm heartbroken that we're not gonna have you back. Kind of feel like it seems like they're at least talking or planning a season 5. Um, so yeah, but season 4 already isn't gonna have like a lot of the characters like Alla and Lily. I don't think are gonna be in season, and Miss Sands. To be fair, Miss Sands makes the most sense of those because they're not going to be Mordeo anymore, so they're going to be new school. So yeah. In terms of
Mm,
Lily and Alla, I don't understand how you can not have Alla considering the way season 3 left off with the baby and Jakob and Jean. We'll see. And then
yeah, it's just with season 5 downsizing the cast and just it downsizing the cast to that extent. It's at that point it just seems like you should start writing a way to wrap up the show.
yeah, I feel like season 4 should be the end just because like if you already don't have Lily and Nala, it's still gonna be hard to like write a lot of the stuff relating to Otis, Jean, and Jakob. Because you're just gonna have to like explain away why she's not there in a way that I don't think is gonna probably make a lot of sense. Um, and not having Lily sucks because as I said, she's my favorite character, so fuck off. But it's not like her journey has much more to it. I feel like she's very much at the end of her journey already. She's already like, you don't need to explore her more. You could, but it's not necessary. Like the 3-season arc we had with her, it's kind of wrapped up. So whatever.
Yeah,
Uh,
basically season 4 is in a little bit of trouble. Just
yeah.
for
And then
that.
season
But
5 without for losing 2 of the 3 main characters is like, oh, okay, so you're gonna end right at season 4 because you can't
yeah,
make season 5 without Eric and Maeve, who are the best characters of the show. Like, I just don't see it.
Yeah, it's just like I guess like the core appeal of the show is the characters. Like you can
Yeah.
have as much sex as you want, but like if you like the characters are why we keep coming back to it. It's why we've gone for so long, for God's sake.
Yeah, and we could go for
Like
long, could go on for longer if you wanted. It's been long already.
like the character writing is the best part, and
Mhm.
when you downsize the cast and like you get rid of literally like 2/3 of the main core trio,
Yeah,
what are you doing? Like forgive the comparison. Like it's the worst. It's the only one that came to mind. It's like making a Harry Potter film, but you get rid of Ron and Hermione.
yeah, it's basically the same. Yeah, it's Hermione and Maeve are very much the same in a lot of ways. To be fair, uh, and I'm sure J.K. Rowling would hate Maeve, so that makes sense because she hates Hermione. Um. Anyway, let's not Harry Potter. Fuck that topic. Let's talk about this show. Did we talk enough about Eric? Just I don't think we did. I think it's been too long already. I don't know if we're gonna be able to. But Eric, he goes through a lot. I think we mentioned him in like passing. We were talking about other characters and everything, but he is arguably the best character of the show as well. And his journey of self discovery, especially in season 1, and with his dad, learning to accept him as like who he is and the way he wants to present himself is like even though Eric and him they both know that it's probably gonna cause him issues, like he was hate crimed in season 1, he still is willing to do it it's because it's who he is and he wants to present himself like that. He's brave enough to do it, which is really cool. In season 2, oh yeah, he dates Raheem, and then there's the love triangle with Adam. It's very interesting because it talks about like Eric's very different masks of how he is when he's with Raheem, and like his family says like it doesn't seem like it's him. It seems like it's like pretending to be someone else. And with Adam, he can be himself, but then in season 3, is like he's trying to be himself, but Adam isn't willing to like go to the same lengths, but not go to the same lengths, but like go to basically allow himself to present himself as who he is, as he even says like I feel like I'm ready to fly, and you're just learning to walk. and so they're just in different points of their life. It's not that he can't be himself. It's just that um, Adam isn't ready to like show himself fully to the world, but he can do it to Eric, which is what it was so appealing to him. Is just the fact that Adam actually could open up to him. So yeah, Eric, good character. I like him.
One thing I find interesting, I really like about his relationship with Adam as well, is that the fact that they address the fact that it is him like dating someone who used to bully him.
Uh-huh.
That's because like that can be considered weird, and like there's definitely something you should point out, and they do, and they do
Yeah,
it
they mention
really
it
well.
quite a few times. Yeah, it's also how like
Yeah.
Adam's like gets angry and like he's about to beat someone up, and Eric is like, "What the fuck are you doing?" It's like, "I can't do this," and he leaves. And then later Adam says like, I know I get super angry sometimes, and I don't like it when I do that, and I want to change." And Eric just extends his hand, and they they hold hands. It's just being like, "Okay, so if you want to change, I can help you do that," which is very nice, very sweet, but also kind of showcases the issue with their relationship that Adam needs Eric to change, to be able to change, that he can't just like do it on his own, and Eric is so like far ahead in that sense of like finding out who he is and being the version of himself that he likes. So yeah, very good.
Yeah. Also, just the fact that Eric has a positive impact on his family as well. Like with his dad, it's like at first his dad's like very sort of anti him presenting how he wants to because of like the potential like impact of it.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's not like his dad is like homophobic or anything. He just wants to protect Eric, but at the same time it is like restricting Eric's ability to like just present himself as who he is, which in some ways is sort of
it's not that he hates that he's gay. It's just that he hates it. He
hates the
hates that
way the world treats gay people, and that's why he
he
thinks it's
hates
better
that
to
he'll
conform to
probably
the
get hate
world
crime.
than to be yourself and hope the world changes.
Like he hates that he'll get hate crime for being gay. That's the sort of thing. Like
Yeah.
he just wants to protect him, but like it's not exactly the best way to do it by simply saying stay in the closet. It's fine in there.
Yeah, just being like, you got to toughen up if you want to live like that. Don't wear those clothes when you go out. He says that a lot. So yeah, it is an interest. It explores.
Yeah.
The show explores so many interesting concepts, and like the characters are all like so nuanced, and I don't feel like any character is just like I don't know, dumb, bad. Like they're all just very good. I don't know. They're all just very well written. They all feel like actual people I could meet. And we didn't even touch on Maureen, who is also like a very interesting case of like a middle-aged woman learning about her own independence and her own like sexual like awakening, in a sense of like learning that she can actually feel sexy and want to like have sex and have like this relationship that's more like the type of relationship you apply to teenagers, the very passionate, the relationship, or you have sex at the moment you need to have someone you care about, like that sexual connection. You can have that and be middle aged. It's not a bad thing. She only learns by becoming friends with Jean. So yeah, there's a lot of very interesting aspects the show explores.
Yeah, and even like it does all this like other stuff really well, but it also just like pays attention to the like just sort of the small details that really don't matter at all. Like when it has the title of the show pop up in an episode. And there's one in particular where it has it sort of in the sky, you can even see the shadows from writing just like on the field. It's like you did not have to go to that sort of length.
Oh yeah, I love the way that in episode 3 they show the titles like on the curtains of the room where Maeve is talking to a doctor. Which, did we even mention that Maeve got an abortion? Because that episode is amazing.
Yeah,
We
we kind of
didn't,
skipped
no.
over that.
Yeah. Yeah, and that episode is like a big reason why Otis and Maeve end up getting close, is because Otis is going to pick her up from her abortion, and he's just like so not only okay with it, he's willing to just like talk to her and not like let it be a big deal, to support her. And she's like, because she always, her point of view is always that If you let people in, they'll disappoint you. And he didn't disappoint her, which is what I really, really love. Um, but it's basically like she gets pregnant with Jackson's child. She has an abortion, and she meets a mother who's already had like 3 children and a couple abortions, even so that the people at the abortion clinic recognize her. And she kind of is like Maeve in the sense of like insulting everyone and try to like not let things affect her because she knows they do. But you can tell that she's very like emotional when Maeve comforts her a little bit, and it's just a very nice scene. I don't know what else to say. That entire episode is really good, and it's hard to summarize it in a way that does it justice. They also play a fantastic song while she's getting the abortion, which is they falling asleep. It's by the Smiths, which is a shame that it's by the Smiths, but still. It'd be funny if Morrissey watched that. It was like, no, I don't support abortions. I'm a conservative.
Oh.
Don't use my music. Um, is it? Is Asleep the name of the song? Yeah. Sing me to sleep. Yeah, that's the song. Fantastic song. I love it. It's a shame that Morrissey makes such good music because his politics. But that happens. People who are dumb can also make good art. So yeah, I really love that episode. And it's only episode 3, so if you're gonna watch the show and you're thinking about giving up after the first 2 episodes, which I don't know why you would, wait till episode 3 because that episode is like the one that really sold me on the show. It was the one that really made me want to binge watch it, which I did. I watched the entire season in one day.
I think because I was saying about like little sort of details. I think my favourite one just did not need to be there at all. Is at one point Ola's at the house, like in the van, waiting for Jakob to come out, and then he gets in the car, and then like because she's still busy talking to Otis, he just starts shouting in, I think it's Swedish.
Yeah, it is Swedish.
And there's only one word I could make out from what he was shouting, and that's MasterChef.
Oh, is that what it says? Yeah, because she says like, "Oh, we're already recording it," and then he says, "Let's go." So okay, so he wanted to watch MasterChef. That makes sense.
Yeah, and in a later episode, when Otis goes round there to apologise, you can just hear in the background, you can hear on the TV MasterChef is on.
Oh, really? I never noticed that. That's amazing. I'm gonna pay attention to that when I'm rewatching the show.
Yeah, I've seen MasterChef a lot, and I know to recognise those voices. It's they just a level of continuity that they really didn't have to do at all.
Yeah, that's actually really great. That sounds like a community type of joke about background joke. Great.
This is really like a little detail thing, but it's a neat bit of foreshadowing, or like not so much foreshadowing. Like something I noticed is that in like the second episode, they talk about how like they want to give out like free samples of like the clinic, and how they use like the pretzel shop as like their example. Like you give out 1 pretzel, then you won't have to buy one. Season 2 starts, and
Oh yeah, she's
Maeve's
working.
work,
Yeah, pretzels. Yeah, that's hilarious. I never put the 2 and 2 together. That's actually kind of funny. That's cool. I never connected the 2. That's nice. One thing I actually like instead of details in episode 1, Otis has like a panic attack. Not exactly a panic attack. Like, the Adam posted like a video of Jean like stroking a fake penis because she had like a VHS tape of like teaching how to like be like how to masturbate like your male partner. And he shows it to see, shows it to everyone at school. He, sends it to everyone, and everyone starts laughing. And Otis leaves the room, and then Maeve goes after him. He's sitting on the ground next to the abandoned toilets, abandoned bathrooms, whatever. And he's holding his inhaler, but he doesn't actually like put it to his mouth. He never takes it. And then in episode 2, they have like his mom looking at his inhaler next to his bed, and that's what she brings to his to him at the party as an excuse to spy on him. And kind of like, hey, they actually had established that there was an inhaler. It's not like it spawned just for episode 2 to happen. It's like a thing that actually exists in the universe. It's like it's very small, but it makes the universe of the show feel more real.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Almost like they pay attention.
almost like almost like
Almost.
they care when making the show. I think that's it, chat. I think we did it. I think we talked about most of what we wanted to. I'm sure we could do like an entire other stream on it, but we won't. But you know, I think that's good enough for hours talking about sex education.
Yeah, I imagine we'll circle back around to it as well whenever
Season 5,
Season 4
4
comes
comes
out.
out, yeah. Probably will, yeah. It'll be interesting. I hope they don't release it like the entire season at once. I hate when they do that, but it's Netflix, so they probably will.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's it, chat. We'll see you all next time. I don't know when. Probably next week. We'll probably talk about Mario, but I'm not entirely sure. So yeah, goodbye.
Pooh.
Oi.
Goat
Goldfish.
face.
Gold.